Yo, Terminator, what's good, dog? I'll be on camera in a second. I just gotta go outside real quick. But what's up, dog? I hope you're having a good Friday. If y'all have requests, make sure y'all put them in. I'm almost ready, my bad. What's up, guys? Hello. How are y'all? Alright, I'll be right back. I should have done this before I went live, but... Right back. Alright. What's up, guys and gals? How are y'all? Hope y'all are... What was that? I hope y'all are having a good weekend. For a good start to your weekend. I don't know how it went. I don't know how it's going. Hopefully it was good, though. Ty, what's good? How are you? Hopefully y'all have some requests in. we're gonna knock out some military news or just some news in general. We can probably start covering more than just military news. If there's a story that I haven't heard about, that you heard about, that you want me to cover or read, then just tell me what it is and I'll look for it. Because I know sometimes some of these military fucking... some of these military stories just be pissing me off, man. I can't read them all the time. Terminated with the 5. Entitled mom takes cop on multiple state chase. Midwest safety. Well, it looks like we know what we're doing right after we get done with the army time stuff. Terminated, we'll do that first. But you already know we got to knock some of this stuff out. And just yeah. So I'm down. Let me guess. She gets pulled over. And she's like, "Why are you pulling me over? You're not pulling me over. You're not giving me a ticket. Do you know who my husband is? Do you know who I am? Do you know what my name is? Huh? You're not pulling me over. I didn't do anything wrong. What's your name and badge number? You know what? Fuck that. Gone." Probably. I don't know. I'm down to watch it. Are you talking about Delta Force? Dog, you know what I'm so excited to play. And I just found out today that it's exclusively on mobile. Destiny Rising. I didn't know that was a fucking thing, dog. I just kept hearing Destiny Rising and I thought it was just a DLC for the Destiny game. And I was like, man, I ain't going back to fucking Destiny. Sure as fuck ain't playing Marathon. And then... oh no, man. I'm hella excited for that now. And are you talking about are you talking about Delta Force? Yeah, we can play some later. You gotta add me. But you play on PC or... dude, I don't know if I'm playing against PC players or mobile players too. Like, I don't know if it's combined when I play that game. I don't know if I'm just playing against PC players or if I'm just playing against mobile players, or if it's a combination of both. I think it's a combination of both. I honestly can't tell. I only do recon in that game anyway, so I can't really tell if the people that I'm killing are good or not, because I'm literally killing people from 200 plus meters away. There's gonna be an Elden Ring movie coming out from the director of Warfare. I still haven't seen Warfare. There was a movie that I watched a couple days ago that I was gonna tell y'all about, and I completely forgot what the name of it was. My birthday is on the 4th, and I'm going to be 26. Yo, happy early birthday, Noelani. Enjoy being 26. I don't really think I enjoyed being 26 all that much. Because when I was 26, I was engaged to be married. Not saying that that's awful or terrible or anything, but like, compared to what a single 26-year-old can do, yeah, it wasn't really all that great. Yo, Jeff, what's good, man? Put a news story in the Discord. What is it? What is it, David? Is it something that you could just like tell me? Or do I have to go to the Discord? Where'd you put it? Oh, it's a dinosaur. Okay, I thought it was gonna be like, okay. Well, I think that's cool and everything. Like, when I say news, David, you know what I mean? I think that's cool. But like, Let's get started so that we can get to y'all stuff. All right. I don't know what y'all want for, y'all want this? This? Or this? It doesn't really it doesn't really matter. I'll keep it here for the most part until, if y'all want me to change it back to big me and little screen, then I will. Just leave it here for now. Although I feel like I could make myself bigger, right? Should I make myself bigger? The reason I made it this small was for gaming purposes, but it's fine. It's Friday and my nerve medication has kicked in and I caught the stream, so you're feeling hella good. You don't really give a fuck what I say for the next 2.5 hours, that's for sure. You're kind of like in fucking autopilot mode, I guess. Yeah, nerdy, we still do, man. We do it on Twitch. We'll be on Twitch tomorrow doing music. We don't do music here. It's too hard. It's too much of a headache. I get blocked. I get copyrighted. And I do like making a little bit of money. You know what I mean? So, and while I don't directly make money from doing that on Twitch, I still work off subscriptions on Twitch, and I can do that here. It's just, man, doing music here on Twitch, man. Follow me on Twitch, and tomorrow when we go live, you can request as much music as you want. Well, to a degree. I gotta do a lot of music, but... Alright. Let's just see what's new. There's probably a lot new because I've skipped doing this for I think the last bit of Army Times news that I read was like highly annoying. It was about profanity in the military, and I'm just monthly pay bump coming for Army paratroopers. All right, that means their jump pay is gonna get higher. I suppose, I guess. Good for them. Sailor arrested for allegedly making false bomb threat on a plane. You dumb jackass. What were you hoping to accomplish? Was that the plan? To make a bomb threat? Or did you not get your way and decided to act out? I've asked too many questions. I have to click on it. I have to read it. A U.S. Navy sailor was taken into custody Tuesday at the San Diego International Airport after allegedly claiming that there were explosives aboard a commercial airliner. Are you high? San Diego Harbor Police Department arrested 35-year-old John Stea, an electronics technician assigned to Maritime Expeditionary Security Group 1. For allegedly informing a flight attendant that the passenger next to him had a bomb on a Hawaiian Airlines flight about to take off to Honolulu, Hawaii. I would love to know who the person sitting next to him was, because... Bro, if it was someone from the Middle East, I swear to God, I'll fall the fuck out. The flight attendant told the captain that the alleged danger as the plane prepared to depart. The plane immediately taxied off the runway and parked on the airfield awaiting security assistance. At approximately 8:45 a.m., the Port of San Diego Harbor Police Maritime Tactical Team, holy shit, dog, you got SWAT involved, K-9 Team, Joint Terrorism Task Force, along with the San Diego Fire Department and multiple federal agencies. You just wasted so much money and resources because you're a jackass. What could have been your reason? It probably wasn't a good reason. All those fucking people responded to the scene. Jesus Christ. To search the aircraft and its contents. All 293 passengers aboard the plane were evacuated, and a bomb sweep ensued, with K-9s clearing all carry-on and checked luggage. you know, the school that my niece sometimes goes to for daycare had an active shooter threat the other day. It was an active shooter threat. Somebody called in saying that they were going to go in and shoot everyone in the school. And nothing ever happened about it. Nothing ever came of it. No one was harmed. It was just a threat. I think they found the person that did it, but I completely forgot to tell you guys that. Yeah, it's like right up the road from me. It was wild. The plane took off after a 5-hour delay. Staya was released by local authorities, CBS 8 said, with a promise to appear in court, but the Navy has since taken him into custody. Oh yeah, because the Navy's about to... Oh... Whatever local authorities want to do with him, they are going to have to wait until the Navy is done with him, and then you can have at it. And I believe that this is not double jeopardy, because you're probably going to get charged by 2 different entities. And if you get charged by 2 different entities, it's not double jeopardy. Double jeopardy is when you get charged by the same fucking person or the same group or the same entity twice for the same crime. That will not be the case here. Double jeopardy's out the window. You can't even claim that. Your lawyer can't claim that either. You're gonna need a good attorney. The safety of the public and our personnel is the utmost. Okay, yeah, that's just... Yeah, that's... Sia is also in danger of being placed on a federal no-fly list by the Transportation Security Administration. He faces civilian charges of up to 1 year in jail. Well, first he's gonna have to go through... I believe you get court-martialed for stuff like this. I would assume, bro. You know, however, this is just the E4 Mafia in me speaking. I doubt that this soldier ever had a safety brief where they explicitly told him not to make bomb threats on a plane. But this is one of those things where you don't need a safety brief, where no one really should have to tell you. It is way above common sense. It's not even funny to not even do that. You did it anyways, so you can't get out of that. No excuse you can make, like, oh, I wasn't briefed that I couldn't do that, because soldiers will do that. That's why the military does safety briefs, and they're always, like, micromanaging you, just to make sure that you can't blame them, right? Or that you can't get out of something. In this situation, I don't think there's any excuse. There's any, short of, like, insanity. But they'll be able to prove you're lying on that, too. Another one bites the dust, man. For what? For why? I don't know. Were you tired of being in the military and you thought that this was your fastest way out? You could have just failed your PT test. And still gotten out with a decent discharge or something. I don't know. You fucking moron. Alright, hold on. Falling in Reverse did a collab with Marilyn Manson. I am down to listen to that, actually. So if you want to stop by tomorrow and request that during the music stream, then I am down. If you're ever on a flight and you see your friend Jack, never say hi, people are smarter than that. No, I don't think anyone on a plane would freak out at that. Not to mention, that's such a stupid way to announce your plans. I don't think I've ever seen a terrorist go on a plane or just like start his plan, and the first thing he says immediately in front of all these people is hijack. Nah, it's usually to the effect of like, everyone get down, this is only gonna take a second. Or they just start blasting, right? So, like, I don't know. I feel like... And to this day, you still can't say the word bomb. on a plane. I don't think. Not for fun, not for giggles, not for experimentation, not just to see what would happen. I don't even think you can't say that. You still can't say that. I don't think. It's like they really should like print out something, like laminate it, or I don't know, like have it posted on airports, like just airport etiquette or just like flying etiquette, because when you get on a plane, the only thing they go over is safety. What to do in case of the cabin depressurizing, what to do in the case of this or that, or an emergency, water landing, yada yada, seat belts. They even go so far as to whoever is sitting next to the emergency exit, they ask them if they physically and mentally feel comfortable sitting next to that door, right? They never really, they never tell you, hey, don't say bomb. They never tell you, hey, you shouldn't do this. Hey, you shouldn't say that. Hey, don't do this. They don't really go over that kind of etiquette. They just assume people know, right? And being honest, man, I would just assume people know that shit too. But that's not the case. That's not the case. In a perfect world, that exists. But we don't live in a perfect world. So maybe like just put like signs around the airport, or just like signs in the plane of just like airport etiquette, and just like list off a whole bunch of shit, right? I can't believe I just advocated for putting warning labels on planes, but I feel like that's kind of what you have to do, man. Like, people are stupid. They're too stupid for their own good that they need directions on how to live. Noelani, have a good day. Thank you so much for hanging. Private plane crashes into San Diego military housing. Jesus. Army Reserves. Army Reserve gears up for the Super Bowl of all exercises. What the fuck is that? The Army Reserve will hold its largest ever exercise beginning in late May that will include over 9,000 soldiers deployed across multiple states and locations coast to coast. Operation Mojave Falcon, which the service has dubbed the Reserve's Super Bowl, combines 4 exercises into a multifaceted training event that will see soldiers working in concert between locations in California, New Jersey, and North Carolina. That's not a big... I mean, yeah, that covers the U.S. horizontally. But how far north and how far south are these soldiers going to be? Or is it just in those... I don't know. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter as long as they're training and doing stuff. And this is the reserve, so this is like, this isn't even weekend warriors. These are everyday people that have jobs, just like everybody else, but they like once a month type thing. But this is going to be over the course of multiple days or weeks, probably. The 4 exercises are combat support training exercises, National Training Center Global Medic, which is... that's NTC. That's why they're going to be in California, because that's where NTC, the National Training Center, is in California. It's in... what's the name of that base? It's shit. Oh, I don't know if it's shit or not. It looks like shit. But that's just because everything is mountains and dirt. Fort Irwin. Quartermaster Liquid Logistics Exercise and Nationwide Move. Okay. 79th Theater Sustainment Command serves as the senior trainer for Mojave Falcon. Heavily partnered with the 91st Training Division at Fort Hunter Liggett. Wherever the fuck that is. Oh, Salt Lake City, Utah. The focus will be on large-scale operations and tough, realistic training in a combat-like environment involving real-world missions and events. And quite possibly around real people. You know, this would be a good time to train like sectors of fire, trigger discipline, and target acquisition. You're gonna be in these places where you're probably gonna encounter, run into, or see quite possibly a lot of civilians, a lot of other Americans, right? This would be a really good time to focus on training that has to do with minding your sectors of fire, minding where you shoot, minding in what direction, minding how much ammunition you put into one direction, right? Target acquisition, target priority, right? Stuff like that. Which, you know, when you go overseas, some of that stuff kind of goes out the window. It's more along the lines of get the fuck out of the way, right? But when you operate on the homeland, you got to operate completely different. We're continuing this momentum, but really putting in practice so that we're proving we can do LSCO, and that's the design behind this whole exercise. This exercise reminds me that this exercise is basically what our reserves and National Guards men would do and how they would respond and how they would navigate this nation's terrain in the case of us getting invaded and having to engage in a war of attrition on our home turf. That's what this training says to me, really. Because I mean, yeah, you could yank active duty to deal with something like that if it happened, but you only have so much active duty to pull from. This is the whole purpose behind the reserves and National Guard, so that's what that training feels like to me. Preparations for if either that or just taking over the country. If we just so happen to ever get a tyrannical government, they know how to navigate the land and how to take it over. Not to mention, our highways are built for tanks in mind. The bulk of the exercise will take place at Fort Hunter Liggett, Fort Irwin, which are both in California. Yeah, Fort Irwin houses the National Training Center. That place is... Let me tell you something about NTC, man. I got more training via on-the-job training, on-the-fly training, and simply just trial by fire while I was deployed than I ever did at NTC. NTC to me felt like a waste of time. NTC to me felt like it was just a place for us to go. That way we could just tell the higher-ups that we were actually doing something. But we already knew all this stuff. We trained for all this stuff, right? And then we do individual training within our company and within our own ranks at the unit, right? We have our own SOPs in the way of doing stuff. So like, it was just like NTC just felt like one of those places that we just went to do the status quo of training, when in all reality, the training that we did there, we would not even come close to even doing when we were deployed. A lot SOPs change, man, and like NTC is a broad, all-encompassing training of combat. It doesn't account for like specific things like foot patrols through a village, foot patrols up a mountain. They cover convoys and stuff like that, but there's just like a whole bunch of other nuances that come to combat and being in another country that's not Fort Irwin, with actual combatants and actual people and actual tougher terrain, that it's just like NTC really did feel like a colossal waste of time. And it's 30 days. It's a 30-day training before you deploy. And I don't think it's negotiable either. I think everyone has to do it short of special operations, because that really would be just like making those guys walk backwards. Soldiers at other locations like Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Joint Base McGuire, Dix. What? Fort Dix? I don't know. Fuck it. I'm not reading all that shit. The exercise is designed to test soldiers on everything from simulated opposing forces and unmanned aircraft systems to digging in and operating at multiple... The hell is that word? Austere locations? It's an amazing opportunity for us to not only build combat readiness, but also making sure that we're doing that as a balanced army with all our different components. Yeah, that is good to keep the reserves ready, to keep the reserves involved, to not let them get complacent, to not forget about them, because yeah, everyone needs to be prepared at all times, regardless of the level of your job or the capacity or even the need at the moment. We might not really need that many reserves, but who knows? 10 years from now, we might need every single one of you. Soldiers involved in the Quartermaster's liquid. I don't know if I want to read all this shit. It's almost over. Troops at the port of Long Beach will partner with Navy personnel for realistic training for roll-on, roll-off activities of cargo and equipment from a maritime vessel while under simulated enemy attack. That's good training. That's good training. Highly specific training like that, while under duress, while under a stressful environment, that's the kind of training that you need. Yeah. Because it's one thing to just like straight up get into a firefight and just shoot back at the enemy. It's another thing to be in the process of doing a job or be in the process of undertaking something logistically, and then you start getting shot at. And not only do you have to continue with the logistics of everything, but you also have to return fire. That's just not easy at all. So under nationwide move, soldiers will load containers and use M915 line haul vehicles to deliver equipment and supplies from coast to coast to support the various training events. There's gonna be a lot of 88 mics up in this bitch. I can already tell. Some of this will involve convoy and railroad operations. Trains. Shit. Across the operation, soldiers will also test new mission command information systems integrating joint battle command platform and command post computing environment to communicate during the event. I have no idea what I just read. As far as like what the fuck that just was. They're gonna be doing a whole bunch of high-tech shit. That seems like it's above what my pay grade was. Okay, cool. Keeping our reserves and our National Guardsmen busy. Hopefully this is just something that the military decided to do just because, like, hey, it would be a good idea if we did this. And hopefully this is not something that they're doing because they know something that we don't. You know? You know? Because the government does that sometimes. That's why I don't really take into account a lot of the shit that people say on the news. I just look at what motherfuckers are doing, right? So sometimes you can really tell what's going on by how the military is moving, or by how politicians are moving, what they're buying, where they're going, right? How they're operating. So hopefully, this is just the military trying to improve as a military going forward in the future. And hopefully this is not something that they know is going to happen, might happen, or has a high possibility of happening, and they're preparing. That has happened. We've seen military movements before that we're just like, why are you doing that? For what? Right? And they're just like, oh, national security, can't tell you. And then something bad happens, and then it makes sense. Oh, that's why you were doing that. Because, yeah. So, I don't know. You never know. Well, in California, they practice sighting the sights in by spotting in on the blue-haired Karen. Oh, there was a river that sat across. There was a river close to where I was stationed at my first tour. No one went across this river. You crossed this river, that was certain death. You crossed this river, you were basically begging the enemy to kill you, and they probably would. Really. just because of their presence, and they were fanatical. And the terrain just made it very hard for anything to survive. Right? And there's a special forces guy on our fob one time that told me that he would sometimes he would use the people on the other side of the river to sight in his weapons. And I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah, it's nothing but combatants over there anyways. I was like, okay. I'm not sure if I believe you, but you said that with such a straight face. I think I'm gonna believe you, man. God damn. That's blew my mind. I was like, if I did that, I'd go to jail. He's like, you should come over to Special Forces, man. Pass, dude. Yo, Don, what's going on, man? How are you? So I assume we're gonna be listening to that song, Christian, on Twitch when it comes out. I would assume so. Because it's John Wick. If this collab didn't have anything to do with John Wick, I don't think you'd be requesting it. All right, let's see if there's anything else, and then we'll get on to this Karen that we're gonna watch that Terminated requested. Army preps for 250th anniversary parade on Trump's birthday. I'm so glad I'm not in the service for that. I'm so glad. That sounds horrid. From a soldier's perspective, that sounds horrid. I can see it now. The amount of ass kissing happening. The amount of fear amongst the higher ranks, and they're just like bitching out their lower enlisted and making their lives miserable because they don't want to look bad. God, I always hated times like that. Someone of higher rank would show up, or the president would show up, and like all these high-ranking badass dudes that they would just turn into bitches, man, insufferable bitches, and I'm just like, good God, this isn't fun, man. Like, this is not fun at all. You know that guy ties his shoes just like we do, right? Why are we getting on one knee with our mouths open again? At least, why are you? It's crazy. That does not sound fun. None of that shit ever sounds fun to me at all. That sounds like punishment, to be honest. Fucking parade and DNC and all this fucking nonsense. And like, I can't. Dude. I can't. Fuck, man. Military loves that shit, though. I mean, and fuck, dude. I should have just joined the Marines, dude, to be honest. Looking back on my service, I really should have just joined the Marines. Because I have a feeling that if I would have joined the Marines and I would have done the same shit as a Marine that I did in the Army that got me court-martialed, I'd probably still be in the Marines today. Because the Marines don't have pussies within their ranks. So I feel like I could have been fine there. Looking back on it anyway. Army brings back 90-day re-enlistment window, suspends most extensions. Oh. No, I think we're done here for today. I think that's about it. House Democrats offer bill to keep transgender troops in the ranks. The answer is no. It's no today. It'll be no tomorrow. Come back next year and re-inquire. It'll still be no. Stop it. That's why y'all don't make any progress, Democrats. You get told no on something, and instead of going on to the next thing that you might have success with, you stay stuck on bullshit. Alright? That's why y'all lose, bro. That's why y'all lose. Now, this right here is something that I want to know because I can't tell if this is smart or stupid. It feels stupid from the outside looking in, not knowing the story. Trump estimates Golden Dome will cost $175 billion over 3 years. What is the Golden Dome? What does it do? How will it further protect us? Because I feel safe already. I feel safe as it is. Do y'all feel safe? I feel safe as shit. I don't know about you. I mean, like, maybe Israel needs this, but, like, do we? And would this even protect against a nuclear warhead? That's all I need to know. $175 billion. It's called the Golden Dome. This sounds like the same fucking thing that... This sounds like what Tony Stark was talking about in Age of Ultron. And I told you that we needed a suit around the world, no matter if it impacted our precious freedoms or not. That's what it's... We're gonna read this. But first, I gotta piss. Give me a second. All right. Ryan Macbeth has a video on it. It's 17 minutes. That's cool, bro, but I can just read it here. I think I'd rather do that. But maybe maybe let's see what this is, bro, because like I have skepticism. In an Oval Office reveal, because this was news from like a couple of days ago. I'm a little bit late on this. But in an Oval Office reveal Tuesday, flanked by U.S. military generals and Republican senators, President Trump offered new details about his ambitious Golden Dome missile shield project, which he expects to have a price tag of around $175 billion and be completed before the end of his term. So it's supposed to protect against missiles. There's a country that has this already, right? The Iron Dome is what it's called. That already exists, but I don't know why this is called the Golden Dome. Oh my god, give me one more second. Hold on. One more second. What country has the Iron Dome? I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art... You mean an architect? Or just... Okay, well, whatever. For this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. Trump said, once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from the other side of the world. And even if they're launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. That's definitely verbatim right there by Trump. I can just tell by the way it ended. And we will have the best system ever built, ever, that you've ever seen. Swear to God. True story. Trump also announced he has appointed General Michael Gutlein, the Space Force's second in command, to oversee the effort, which has become one of the president's signature defense projects just months into his second term. Gutlein, currently Vice Chief of Space Operations, which I'm still kind of confused as to what that even is. Space operations. Previously led the Space Force's primary acquisition organization, Space Systems Command. There, he oversaw major development efforts and helped streamline the Space Enterprise's notoriously fragmented acquisition system. Early in his career, he served... I don't care about this guy. Trump first announced plans to develop an advanced layered homeland missile shield in the early days of his second presidency, issuing an executive order that called for a 60-day study of architecture options. The capability is expected to include a mix of ground and space-based interceptors designed to defeat a spectrum of threats, from lower-end weapons to advanced hypersonic cruise missiles. So... include a mix of ground and space-based interceptors. What I gather from that is that ground interceptors, that means that there's going to be things on the ground that will be able to shoot from the ground up at these projectiles, right? Space-based interceptors? That means that we got shit up there that will be shooting down at anything that's trying to hit us. How accurate are those space-based interceptors gonna be? Huh? Because, like, you got a space-based interceptor, and here's the ground. And here are the missiles. And this space-based interceptor is shooting at this missile. And it almost kind of reminds me of, like, when Thanos is getting fucked on by Wanda, and he's like, release the Hellfire missiles! And then fucking Ebony Maw's like, but Saya, our troops. He's like, just do it. And then, all right. But maybe, I mean, I'm just thinking of like the worst shit imaginable. But like, I don't know. While the current Homeland Missile Defense System focuses on threats from rogue nations like North Korea and Iran rather than from peer adversaries like China or Russia, Trump's Homeland Missile Defense Shield would focus on addressing threats from peer adversaries, as well as those rogue threats. I don't know why that wasn't a thing to begin with. From peer adversaries, you never know when a friend is going to stop being your friend. You never know when you're going to have a falling out with a homie. You never know when you and your ally are just going to fucking split ways. Like, man, you know what? Actually, fuck you. So, like, I feel like that should have been the sentiment and the thought process and the logic from the beginning. But, alright. Beyond his cost and schedule projections, and an assertion that Canada had signed on to be a part of Golden Dome, Trump was light on details about the architecture and approach to fielding what many analysts and officials have called a bold and challenging endeavor. Yo, did he ever finish the wall? Did he? Did he ever finish the wall that he said he was going to build, and how effective is it? Like, I don't know, man. I like Trump, but I don't see this happening. Trump's promised Tuesday to deliver the layered integrated system in around 2.5 to 3 years. That right there If it happened, I'm not saying it's impossible for him to do this. I'm not saying that technology doesn't exist or that we're not smart enough. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think it can happen in that amount of time. I don't think it can happen while he's in office. I don't think it will. I don't know. We'll see. Would require the Defense Department to field the more advanced elements of the architecture years ahead of schedule. For example, the space-based missile interceptors that he said will be part of the effort have not yet been developed. See? There's no way. This is just wishful thinking, I think. And this gives me vibes of what Kennedy did back in the space race. When he's like, we're gonna have a spacecraft on the moon before the end of this decade. And I'm sure NASA was like, what? I mean, maybe. We hope. I no guarantees. I feel like that's what, but hey, we made it happen, I guess. Meanwhile, hypersonic interceptors are not expected to be developed and delivered until the mid-2030s. Almost seems like Donald Trump is trying to start a race that no one's running. First it was the space race, then it was the nuclear arms, then it was the arms race, then it was the nuclear arms race. Now it's a race for defense. Who can be the most secure? Who can take the most amount of fuck yous from another country and still stand? Really? Because if everyone has nuclear weapons, bro, it's gonna come, if there is ever a World War III, it's gonna come down to who can stay in the fight the longest. And with this type of technology, this will extend your fight. This will extend your time in the fight. And with nuclear weapons, it's gonna be a fast fight. So whoever can outlast the longest, that's who wins. Every country has diabolical weapons now. With the push of a button, you can erase an entire history, lineage of people. Most countries have this technology, so now it's to the point of, if we can all kill each other in the blink of an eye, we need to find a way to outlast the absolute longest. And whoever lasts the longest in a nuclear war, that's who wins. Really. I feel like Trump is trying to start a race that no one's running. Because no one wants to use nuclear weapons at the end of the day, really. And yeah, I know that you have other projectiles and you have other missile types and other pieces of ordnance that are truly scary and truly catastrophic, regardless the fact that they don't have nuclear capabilities. But I mean, it's the nuclear ones that really can end the world, you know? Some of these other projectiles, yeah, devastating. They're not world ending, especially if every country starts using them. But I will say, if we can perfect this technology, but other people can't, we can basically patent this technology and sell it. Really, either to our allies or, well, mainly to our allies. I don't see a point in selling it to, but I don't know. While the more advanced elements of the Golden Dome will take time to deliver, several pieces of the architecture are already in various stages of development. That includes a space-based missile defense and tracking layer comprised of satellites and sensors that can identify and monitor high-end missile threats. Which MDA and the Space Force are currently developing and fielding. So basically, these defenses are going to be able to distinguish between a missile fired from a fighter jet and an actual world-ending catastrophic missile or ordnance, such as a nuclear weapon. This technology will be able to see exactly and know what is being fired. The ordnance, what kind of blast radius it has, like everything, I think, from what I just read. So if you shoot something at this technology will be able to tell you exactly what it is, where it came from, how fast it's going, time of impact, and the best place in the sky to neutralize it, all within a matter of seconds. At least that's what I feel like I just read. Those capabilities are part of the Space Development Agency's proliferated warfighter space architecture and could potentially be scaled to support Golden Dome. Republicans in Congress have largely been supportive of Golden Dome. Proposes the addition of Aegis Ashore systems for U.S. territory, which took years to install in Romania and Poland, and the use of blimps for detecting complex threats. The ground-based Mid-Course Defense System, or GMD, at Fort Greely, Alaska, would be expanded and upgraded with next-generation interceptors, along with a brand-new interceptor site on the East Coast. Asked how confident he is that Congress will fully fund Golden Dome given the administration's $175 billion cost projection, Trump called the process easy. It's amazing how easy this one is to fund, he said. Some funding is tough, and some is easy. When we say we're going to save everyone's lives in a crazy world, it seems to be very easy to get. And bro, to be completely honest, I honestly think that's the strategy that Trump used to win over Congress for them to say yes for this project. And it's what I just said. In a world full of countries that have nuclear weapons, the only way to win is to outlast your opponent. And if we can outlast our opponents whilst delivering the same firepower, but they don't have the same defenses that we do, we win, man. And on top of that, this technology, we may never even have to actually use it. I mean, it'll be in place, it'll always be working, but we probably want, this is mainly a deterrent. This is just more of a deterrent, right? Because let's say a country does get pissed off enough at us to fire off nuclear weapons. They're not going to do anything. And you just fired off nuclear weapons. What does that mean? That means we're going to shoot back at you. So if you can't actually do damage on the first couple of strikes, you have fucked yourself. Man, you know that? That's how that works. So that was probably a very easy explanation. Like, in a world full of nukes, man, the best way to win is to simply outlast it. Because if we decide to fight nukes with nukes, we're all dead. That's it. But if we can survive this shit whilst fucking up everybody else or the people we need to fuck up, then it's a win. Really. I feel like the next evolution of this is going to be with dealing with projectiles coming from space. Does that not seem like the next logical, at least scientifically, does that not seem like the next phase, the next evolution of this technology? Granted, we won't see it in our lifetime, I don't think. But this technology, the next evolution of this is dealing with celestial objects that come from out there and have the capability of causing world-ending damage to this planet. I feel like this technology is the natural evolution. That technology is the natural evolution of this technology. But we're not going to see that yet. That's just wishful thinking. This sounds like President Reagan's Star Wars defense in the 80s. What was his Star Wars defense? I wasn't alive for Reagan, so I don't know, and I've only seen so many clips, but it's all across the board in terms of companies, Senator Kramer. Senator Kramer and I just met with a bunch of them last week, and they are interested in this. He said, our technology sector is head and shoulders above any other place in the world, and they're going to be a key part of this. All right. Trump noted that Golden Dome systems will be made in the US, but didn't confirm whether contracts had been awarded. I mean, I would hope, yeah, that contracts would more than likely be given to people in the aerospace industry. Probably not at all to any other country of any kind. At least that's not the way Trump likes to do shit. He likes shit to be made in-house by people in-house and used by people in-house. At least that's what he's trying to do with the country. I feel like that's always been his goal. If you know nothing else about Trump's goal for this country, the one takeaway is that he's trying to make it to where we rely less on other motherfuckers. Because when you rely so heavily on other people, they own you. Maybe not directly, but indirectly they own you, man. It's just like, and when that goes on for so long, the motherfuckers that own you start making rules on you. It's just like, you know what? I'd rather just make it myself and avoid all this other bullshit that I'm having to go through just to get the shit that we need. So, and whether that be in the case of just tariffs or just whatever, man, something's gonna give eventually. I knew that eventually a president would come in and try to do that. Whether it was Trump, it would have been somebody else. I knew it was only a matter of time. Because I said it years ago. I was like, man, eventually us relying on other countries is not gonna work anymore. And it's going to get to the point where it's just like, we're not gonna have a country. It's gonna belong to other motherfuckers because we rely on them too much, man. It's kind of like the homeowners association. That's what it's like. Relying on other countries is kind of like living under the homeowners association. Like, yeah, you think you own your house, but at the end of the day, you really can't make any decisions on your house. You have to ask for permission what to do in your house. You have to ask for permission on what to paint the fence or what to do with your grass or what to do with this. And it's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna move. Because that's not fun, bro. That's like, that's lame. Anyways. Terminator, if you're still here, we're gonna knock out your request. I don't think there's anything else left here that I want to read, that I want to check out. Yeah, that's it. Sometimes you just read some things and it's just like, why the fuck? Okay. All right. Cool. The Pentagon has brains. God. What was it again? Entitled mom takes cops on multiple state chase. Spelled it all fucked up, it's fine. I'm assuming this just happened, right? It should be like at the forefront. Yeah, 2 days ago. Okay.
On January 3rd,
Oh, dude. I completely read that fucked up the first time I read it. It doesn't say entitled Karen. It's just like, bro, the way my brain works, every time I hear the word entitled, I automatically think Karen. It's actually entitled mom takes cops on multi-county chase. This makes sense for a stupid teenager. This makes sense for, I don't know, a man with nothing to lose. But a mom, you're a mother, taking the cops on a multi-county chase. Don't you have mom duties? I swear to God, if your kids are in the car.
On January 3rd, 2025, an officer with the Findlay Police Department in Ohio was dispatched to the Dick's Sporting Goods in reference to a retail theft. What started as a simple call later involved officers from at least 3 different departments and a determined civilian.
Wow, so, I mean, depending on what you were stealing, it's Dick's Sporting Goods. It has to be over $1,000 for it to be considered grand theft, and you are looking at significant jail time for grand theft, depending on your criminal history and the leniency of the judge. But for what did you steal? Dick's Sporting Goods. Like, would you steal a baseball glove, a pair of shoes, maybe like a shirt? Like, and you could have just dealt with it. Gone to jail maybe for a day or 2. Maybe you don't even go to jail. You get processed, you get booked. And you do go to jail for like a day, maybe even a couple hours, and then you make bail. And then, but nope. Police chase.
Who caught everyone by surprise.
Hi. We just had a lady walk out with 2 of our bog bags with products stuck into them.
Okay.
Here's
Oh, she stole a lot of stuff. Probably definitely over $1,000.
a video of her. Yeah, she put them in, obviously you can see her putting them in the trunk of her car.
I just saw you walk out of my store with 2 bog bags filled with stuff.
Can you get me at least a price on the bag?
She must be the manager. And even then, I don't think corporate would approve of what she did. Man, I've worked retail before, bro. You're not allowed to confront thieves. You're not. You are not allowed to confront thieves in any way or put a stop to it or say, hey, you, or stop, or even talk to them, man. Unless they're actually holding you at gunpoint and asking you questions and making you speak, then you do nothing to a thief. I wouldn't put it past corporate to fire this lady, actually, unless she's like the GM or something, or like the main gal of this store, of this location.
So that's 170.
It's got dark tinted windows on it. It was silver Honda.
Yeah, it might be behind me. There's one behind me right now. We're just coming up to Main and 99.
Terminated, I hope you're here. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it, and I'll let you. I'll even let you know. I'll even give you the fucking courtesy. Hold on.
Yeah, this is it.
Oh, there it is. Damn, she got caught so fast.
I don't think she's gonna stop. Headquarters, we're westbound.
I think they just got it.
Today, awesome. Good, that makes me so happy. I love that. It just like makes my day.
Oh, she's running.
She's running. Nice. Love that. Even better.
That cashier laughed like, ha ha, your life's over. All because of Dick's Sporting Goods. You couldn't even have the wherewithal to rob a bank. You knew you were going to run from the police. That's a felony. Why not just try to rob a bank? You're already engaging in, what is it, felonious? Is that the word? You're already engaging in felony behavior. Why not get your money's worth? Quite literally. Go to a fucking bank, you stupid ass criminals, man. This is why Heath Ledger's Joker's so revered. He really did give us a better class of criminal. Fucking idiots.
Nate's trying to catch up though.
If I'm gonna break the law, bro, I'm getting millions, and you dumb motherfuckers can't even get away with $1,500 worth. Stupid asses.
Driver, stop your car. You in the Honda, stop your car. No, pull over and stop. Right now. Yeah, we're stuck in traffic. She's responded to the PA. I think she's gonna stop here at Reineke.
He said Dave's gonna be one with him in just a moment.
Driver, pull over now.
Where's I'll be one of them.
Yeah, she's not pulling over. We're coming up to 75 now.
Contact OSP. Let them know the direction if I be going north on 75. Ask for assistance. Dave's right. Whereas I'll be with him. I'll be calling the pursuit. If you can get us on pursuit channel.
Thanks, Trucker, for getting out of the way. That was cool of you. Okay, listen. So, shit's crazy. Yo, do I gotta watch, like, all 17? Like, can we get to the, like, police interaction? She's running. I got it. She's going fast. Cops are chasing her. Does she make, like, a Vin Diesel-type driving move anywhere in here that I need to click on? Can you give me a timestamp? Because, like, this is wild. Hold on.
105, still middle
Yay,
lane.
nay?
Oh yeah, I get to fill out another one of these.
Hey, at least we caught this one.
Yeah, well, you guys had a
Now,
lady.
I will tell you.
Okay, yeah, dude, like this right here, I don't care. I don't care. Okay. We're gonna scrub a little bit, man. Because, yeah, no. I don't know why the hell.
Right now, she's passing on the burn. Back on the left lane.
Should have a post unit jumping in here with you soon, 868.
Just past the 173 northbound, passing on the burn again. Traffic's doing an excellent job of yielding to me moving, so I'm pretty much able to stay in the lane.
Even if, for some reason, see pictures, so.
Meanwhile, while this adrenaline, heart-throbbing police chase happens, we're gonna cut back to what's happening at Dick's. What's happening with you, Kendra? Can you tell us what's happening with the cash register? The fuck, man? Like, I don't know why we keep cutting back to Dick's, but all right.
No, I just passed the deputy in the burn, but he's not in the pursuit. He's just pulled out. No lights or sirens or anything like that. It's just me right now. Speeds right now are 107. We're getting into a little heavier traffic. She's going to have to either go on the burn or go right. And she's on the burn.
Now that trooper should have caught you by now. There's another one coming by me now.
Yeah, I don't have any other lights behind me. I got that deputy back there, but he's not in it. We're middle lanes, the 181. We're just underneath the overpass here. She didn't hit the spikes there for whoever tried that.
I can't believe they put the spikes just like that
Just
on
took the 187.
instead of trying to get her off the highway.
Gonna go eastbound here on 582. go north on 199. Stand by. Yeah, northbound on 199.
368.
I mean, dude, when you were on the highway, the officer said other traffic is doing a really good job at yielding to me right now. Couldn't you have taken that opportunity of other drivers yielding to you, or maybe even right now, the fact that you don't really see anybody on the street to do a pit maneuver? How long do cops have to chase you before engaging in a pit maneuver? What's like the standard wait time, or does it depend on the circumstances? This lady just stole some shit from Dick's Sporting Goods. But what if she would have like shot someone, or she was armed, right? Would that change the thought process? Should we pit her now, right? Is there certain circumstances, or like, let's see. Because the spike strips didn't work.
When it's safe to do so, one of the
As a police officer, at what point do you make the call to do a pit? And what is doing a pit maneuver on a highway seen as? Is that seen as bad? Is that seen as very dangerous? Is that frowned upon by the department? Or is it just mission dependent? It depends on the situation. I really don't know. Let's see.
agencies need to take the 1 position, and you go to the 2 position.
Okay, the troopers look like they fell out of this. I might have Perrysburg Township jumping in here with me. We're through the roundabouts.
Come on, bro. Are we doing a are we doing a police pursuit? Or are we just escorting Miss Daisy? I don't know, man, but right here I feel like this would have been hold on, what did it say?
Go to the 2 position.
Unmarked unit. I'm guessing because it's unmarked it can't do anything? Bullshit, bro. I feel like that vehicle could have just stopped that car right there on this roundabout. She was doing 105 and now she's doing a total of 17. Come on now, officers. This obviously isn't that big of a deal if you have let it. I don't know.
Okay, the troopers look like they fell out of this. I might have Perrysburg Township jumping in here with me. We're through the roundabouts.
Right there, bro. Come on. Maybe y'all can't see it because my camera. Come on, dude. Really? Really?
199 here.
And then you get in this officer's way, like, bro.
Hold on, she's back to the west on Roqueton Road. They tried to ram her, but they missed.
They did not try to ram her, officer. Ain't no way. You thought that this was...
In here with me. We're through the roundabouts.
That was your definition of trying to ram, bro. All right. If you say so, I believe you.
199 here. Hold on. She's back to the west.
Because I've seen other police officers and their cars try to ram people, and it didn't look like that. But I believe you, man. Maybe you're just giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Roqueton Road. They tried to ram her, but they missed. I don't know who that was. It was an unmarked with some flashing lights on.
I don't think so.
We are eastbound on North Dixie Highway. If someone can communicate to this Perrysburg Township unit behind me to come take the 1 position, I'll give it up. Ran the red light at Fort Meigs Boulevard, westbound. We're at the traffic light at Levis Commons and Jefferson Street through that intersection. We're coming up to the diverging diamond here in 475 split. We're gonna get back on 475 southbound.
Back on the highway. Can't do shit next to this truck. Okay, bro. Like, okay.
4911 random.
Hold on. Let's. I guess we gotta go back.
Yeah. I got a car trying to play police and not let them through. We're in northbound. Yeah, I just caused a 31 with them. 4911 random.
Yo, I kudos for trying. A for effort. I appreciate it, but
They kept going. Perrysburg Township has this pursuit. I'm second in line.
On 75, you want 20.
I'm third in line now. I'll let two Perrysburg guys take this. 115. Traffic move forward. Overpass here. I'll give you a direction here. Yeah, they just took a pit on it. Stealing from Dick's.
Oh, I fucking bogged me.
You weren't running, were you?
No, I walked back. Ball bag. $100 ball bag.
I'm down here and playing.
Thanks, guys.
Get caught up to do it too.
Thank you, guys.
I didn't
868 quarters.
From Chinley all the way up here.
Females in custody. We're at 75 and
I'm guessing this is that institutional racism that people be talking about, huh? I guess. Because she said she didn't do nothing, right? She's obviously a good citizen. She's not lying. She didn't do nothing. And I mean, these cops, they're just being assholes because it was just a $100 bag. Why didn't we just let her have it? Right? I guess this is that institutional racism that they be crying about all the damn time. She's a good person, man. She didn't do anything wrong. It's not like she stole from a business and then ran from the police and then put other people on the road in danger. It's not like she did any of that, right? So, like, I mean, these cops are just assholes, man.
25 engineering trail exit.
Woo! Y'all get a big reward, huh? Y'all get a big reward for this?
No.
You get a felony.
Big reward.
You can go to prison now for stealing some clothes. That's stupid.
Guess what? Slap on the wrist.
All the truck stops in the area.
First time. Offense. Never did.
Nope, not in Hancock County.
Nope. Wrong county, honey. You're not in Lucas County anymore.
Wow.
Damn, she went real quiet after that, huh? Real quiet after that. And see, this girl knows too.
That's stupid.
Guess what? Slap on the wrist.
She knows. She knows the way the system works. She knows the way the system works. The system that I fucking despise. Because you just led the cops on a multi-state chase. If it was a man here, he'd either be shot already, at the very least tasered, and would be going to jail. Right? But no, look at you. You have the chance to just like talk and talk shit and act like you're all fucking hard and act all cocky and shit like that, only for them to tell you that what you think you know about the law doesn't apply because you're no longer in the same county. Different laws for different counties, different laws for different states, different laws for... girl? Why Watch how fast this smile disappears. Watch.
Truck stops in the area.
First time. Offense. Never did.
Nope, not in Hancock County.
Wrong county, honey. You're not in Lucas County anymore.
You stole from Lucas County and went to Hancock County. And in Hancock County, your little bullshit logic don't fly. You dumbass.
Wrecked my new car, man.
Wrecked it?
16, just verifying he's one in custody.
My car up.
One in clear.
Sorry about the new car, Lieutenant.
She's like, I bet y'all get a big reward for this. No, they don't, man. You just wasted all their time. They actually did not want to do this at all. Some of these dudes were on the verge of, like, I don't know, either probably getting off shift or, I don't know, it looks like it's like midday or maybe morning. But I don't know, these cops could have been helping anyone else. And you're like, oh, y'all feel proud, huh? Y'all get a big reward. No, they get nothing. They get nothing from this. They actually have to do more work now. They got to do paperwork. They got to sit in their office for fucking probably 2 extra hours when they get off with yo dumbass. And it's just like...
It's okay. Good job.
I think these officers were bored today because they seem very hype about this. And it's just like... Maybe they don't get this kind of action often, right? Maybe that's why there were so many cops. It's like, police chase, I'm in! And then they go to the next county. Y'all are chasing? Let me in, I'm coming. It's just like, were y'all bored today? And y'all are like extra hype about being able to do some shit?
We're stationary at the trail in 75.
It's like...
That's how you do it.
Good one.
No damage.
Oh boy.
Oh, maybe that's why y'all are happy. That y'all did a police chase and now y'all don't have to worry about getting sued or for damages to the city. Maybe that's why everyone's happy. No one died, no damages, and you caught them. Job well done. Everyone's happy, yeah.
Oh, I'm pumped right now. I'm so f***ing pumped.
Best lawyer. And Hancock and Lucas, everywhere, baby.
Yeah, I'm on one.
Everywhere.
It is so cringe trying to flex in front of police officers. They don't care, bro. They don't care. They're not impressed, and they sure as fuck aren't scared. Flexing in front of cops is so cringe. Like, they don't care if you have a good lawyer. Like, after this, they'll never think about you again, girl. Shut up. Ugh.
See y'all soon.
No, you won't see them soon. Actually, the arresting officer you'll probably see in court if you do go to court, but chances are, if you're having to steal from dicks, you can't afford a lawyer, you stupid hoe. Stop it. Stop it.
Thank you.
You ain't but a bitch with a badge. All of y'all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Good work. Good work, officer.
Bro, this is just icing on top that she's behaving like this, and meanwhile, the officers are like, hell yeah, nice job. Firm handshakes all around. Nice job. You, nice. You, I saw you. That, like...
Good work. Fucking dumbasses.
What are you...
For a fucking purse. Y'all slow as fuck. Did all that shit for a purse, and they just fucked my car up.
She's not entitled, bro. She's delusional. She's delusional. That's not entitlement. That's delusion. That she thinks that the officers are to blame for her car being fucked up. That's not entitled. That's delusion. This girl needs a straitjacket. And yo, dumbass, stealing a purse from Dick's. A purse from Dick's? Why not Gucci? Why not Prada? Why not any one of these places that you could easily flip this bag, right? Who's gonna want to buy a stolen purse from Dick's? Who wants to steal a purse from Dick's? I didn't even know Dick's sold purses. What? But I don't think it was a purse. You call it a purse. I think you stole a whole ass bag, man, like a sports bag, and you were filling it up with a whole bunch of stuff. Shoes, clothes, the whole nine, yada, yada, yada. You probably didn't steal just one thing. You stole 2 bags and filled those bags with multiple fucking things. I guarantee they open that bag, there's more than $1,000 worth of merchandise in those 2 bags. So, like, bitch thinks that the law against theft don't apply to her. All that for a bag. What, you really thought you could steal? The fact that you thought you could steal from a business. Like, and use that logic. Oh, it's just a bag. That. Her logic is that because she didn't steal from a bank, or because she didn't steal a whole ass car, or because she didn't embezzle millions, she don't think it's that big of a deal. It's just a bag, man. You act like I stole Fort Knox. Bitch, like, that's not the way it works, man. And that's...
Hey! Hey! I'm trying to get... Open the door!
Let's see, what'd you have? Look at all that. Look at all that.
Some pictures. All for a little stuff.
Should have known this one was up to no good, bro. Look at what she has on her feet. Girl, those things went out of style years ago. What the fuck are you talking about? Uggs? Uggs? I know that there's ladies that like still wear them bitches around the house like as like a pajama type thing, but like in public? Those things went out of style ages ago, girl. What do you mean? That's why you are the way you are. Look at you. Oh, is my computer overheating again? No way. I'm gonna have to... That's unfortunate. I have to update this computer after this. Fuck me. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh. That. Okay. Keep this going.
All for a little stuff. Yeah, for a misdemeanor. Kind of dumb, but what do you need help with? I got a tow truck coming. I'm just gonna get our evidence here and go from there. So I've got a whole bunch of Stanleys, some clothes, like a black rubber bag, a purple rubber bag, and a plastic bag with clothes.
Yeah, see, I knew it, bro. Look at that.
Does that sound about right?
All those water bottles and shit.
That's all the stuff she stole. Stupid ass. I know. Why do they do this?
And it says in the title that you're a mom. I can't believe someone fucked you once. That's crazy.
And he keep touching my motherfucking wallet like you about to touch my money. Why is y'all in my money?
The fact that you have money and you're stealing.
What's wrong with y'all? Fucking pigs.
He's delusional.
Let's take my phone off the hood, please.
Oh yeah, we'll get there. You're not getting it though. So.
I just want to call and make sure my baby daddy and my daughter. That's it.
If you would have stopped in Findlay, and we would have wrote you a court date, and you would have left, and then you could have called your dad or your baby dad and your
I didn't
daughter.
know how Findlay works, so I wanted to get to Toledo.
Toledo, and now what's
And then
happening?
I
You
went
got a
to
felony.
Perrysburg, and then I'm like, Perrysburg, so I was like, let me get to Toledo.
It's terrible excuses. All right, but no, you're not going to use your phone anytime soon. So sit tight. Enjoy the
Well, I
calmness.
had a newborn baby. I just need. Can you call him?
Let me tell you something right now.
Girl, that newborn baby is better off. What do you mean? The best thing these officers can do for that child's future is to send you to jail. Look at you. Oh my God. You're not even a looker either. Jesus. Like, you got big tits. I think that's what did it. Christ. Someone with beer goggles would just, like, lost their mind with you. And big mistake. Holy shit. But then again, bitches like you, I doubt your baby daddy's also worth a fuck, so. Yeah, poor kid.
I am being I don't give a shit. Okay, you know how many lives you just put in danger out
Yeah.
there? Myself, all these
Yeah,
officers,
don't be nice to this girl. Fuck yeah. Give her the business.
all the citizens out there, and then you're worried about your little baby. You could have stayed home and taken care of him like a good mom.
Yeah.
Piece of shit.
Yo, dude. God damn. What a savage ass officer. You could have stayed at home and taken care of your little baby like a good mom. You piece of shit. Slams the door. I know some people are going to say, he didn't have to talk to her like that. Are you kidding me? After everything that we've just seen, fuck that. That's deserved. That's hella deserved. And sometimes I wish more officers would do that. But nah, a lot of officers, they take the high road. Or they're just afraid of what fucking the bitches on The View are going to say. And it's just like, and they don't do this. But he let this bitch have it because, you know what, man? Fuck this bitch. For real. Fuck this bitch. Look at this.
Is that her?
Yes.
Tear your mother shit up. Y'all lucky, bitch. Not this damn seatbelt child.
The suspect, identified by her DMV photo as Angelica, was taken to Hancock County Justice Center. According to court documents, she was charged with 2 counts of failure to comply with an order and theft. Despite her threats of having the best lawyers, she was assigned a public defender, and her bond was set to $25,000. Her trial date is set for August 25, 2025, which will be her first case in Hancock County. However, a search of her case history in neighboring Toledo County
Good God. Good God.
revealed 17 different motor vehicle violations, including
You're a garbage driver. Oh my God. Drug abuse, obtain, possess, or use of a controlled substance. Child restraint less than 4 years old and less than 40 pounds. You're not even putting a seatbelt on your child. They're not even in a car seat. Another ticket for not wearing a seatbelt. Operation of vehicle at stop signs, operator to stop and yield to other vehicles. You're not stopping at stop signs. No proof of insurance. Driving without a driver's license. Unknown code, see affidavit information. Okay, that's nothing. Failure to use a turning signal. Basic, holy shit, girl. Speed excess of 35 on state route or through highways. That's probably while running from police. Running a red light, space between moving vehicles, rules for driving in marked lanes, reckless operation.
case history in neighboring Toledo County.
Brake equipment for vehicles, amended from maximum speed limits. Oh, so your brake equipment for vehicles, your tail lights are out, or not working, or your open container, driving under suspension or in violation of a license restriction. And you claim that it was your first time? Good God. This lady should not be allowed to have a kid. I don't think, man. You're endangering the child on a either daily or semi-daily basis. Anytime that child gets in the car with you, that child is in significant danger. But hey, the way our justice system works is because you're a female, nothing's going to happen to you. You're not even going to get your kid taken away, because that's how it works. So,
County revealed 17 different motor vehicle violations, including one for having an unbuckled child in her car.
Now, what will make a simple Dick's Sporting Goods retail theft call spiral into a multi-police agency pursuit? The answer's pretty simple.
Drugs?
Failure to take accountability and running. And some
Well, yeah, that too. But I mean, like, I was gonna say mental retardation. Actually. But even those kids would stop for police. They would. Because they know how that works. They might not all be there like the rest of us, but they know how that works, just like we do. So, yeah, no one feels bad for you, girl, at all. Just typical American white trash, right there is what that is. Maybe she could be mixed. Who fucking knows? She reminds me of a very, very basic trashy white girl from my hometown. Just like your basic trashy white girl. That's it. In and out of jail. Yikes. My hometown is crawling with girls like that. Just trashy broads, man. Well, the funny thing about most of these girls, most of these ladies like this, is that 9 times out of 10, they were the fucking shit in high school. They were the shit in high school. They were that bad bitch. They were the baddest bitch. They were the queen bitch. Look at them now. That's usually the case. Look at them now. Living from crack pipe to crack pipe. It's just like... And then, yeah, the moronicism of never argue with the cops. Bro, they don't care. The only time arguing with police would do you any good is if you were arguing with dirty cops. That's the only time pleading your case to a police officer would help you, is if you were dealing with a dirty cop. That's it. But seeing as how I want to say that over 95% of police officers are clean, you're pleading your case for no fucking reason in a place you shouldn't be pleading your case. Anything you do can and will be used against you in a court of law. That includes anything prior or after the arrest, when those handcuffs go on. So you could have been arrested for simply you could have gotten a ticket for not using a turning signal. The police officer approaches your car and he's just going to give you a ticket for the turning signal, but you decide to be a retard and say, you know what, I'm going to fucking kill you. Well, now you're going to jail for threatening a police officer. That is actually a terroristic threat towards a police officer. You were going to just get a ticket for a turning signal. Now you're going to jail threatening a police officer, which I don't know if that carries a felony charge. But, oh, and then y'all have the audacity to call these motherfuckers stupid. It's just like, I understand. Some cops are. But that they're not the majority. It's just like, who the fuck you talking to, girl? Fatherless behavior? I mean, dude, what is this? I mean, she could have a dad. And he saw what he created and had to get the fuck out. But you know what? You know, it's funny. I heard that term a lot. I hear that term a lot, fatherless behavior. And it's so funny because, like, that girl, if she is indeed a victim of fatherless behavior, that just means that you got a very garbage-ass single mom. And garbage-ass single moms are a lot of times to blame for people like this as well. Not just fatherless behavior. I've seen people that grew up without a dad that turned out just fine because they had a good mom. Right? Mom picked up the slack for both people. Right? But, daddy wasn't there, but mom was equally as garbage. Or mommy wasn't there and dad was equally as garbage. People like this, man. That's what it is. All these single fucking moms that prefer to do it by themselves instead of putting a man in their child's life. And then their child turns out like that and they're just like, oh, how could this have happened? Well, you deny this little motherfucker of discipline and structure and multiple ass beatings. So that's you get what you get. Okay. What else do we have on the list for today? Yeah, I don't think I'll, not reading that. Here's another one right up the same alley. Top 5 dumbest drivers by Officer 401. Are we going to be seeing visual examples of top 5 dumbest drivers? Or is he just going to be telling us stories of the top 5 dumbest drivers he's ever pulled over? There's a difference. Oh, Cat's live. I rarely get to tune in to her streams, but I will tune in for 1 second just so I can say hello. Never get to just tune in and say hello. An entire
sentence clearly.
She tunes in.
Remember yesterday?
She tunes in to me sometimes and says hi. So let me do the same thing.
Sure. It's amazing the lengths that people will go to believe stupidity. People will go to any length to prove their point. So like, I don't even know how to put it. It's like you decide something. They call it in sociology, they call it the new age thinking. Now it's no longer new age thinking. It's
all right. Cool. Let's see what was here. Top 5 dumbest drivers. 401. Okay.
$1.07.
We've seen so many compilations of trashy drivers. I don't think we're going to see anything new in this video that we haven't seen before. So, but we'll see.
75. When Dad came to America, that's
all he had, right? Yeah, I know. $1.25. Crazy.
Got me charged.
What's up, everybody? Guys, I am like 10 people away from 2,000 subscribers. I'm so close I can taste it. I kind of want to do something special for 2,000. If you guys have any ideas or whatever, just let me know in the comments below and I will check them out. So obviously being a cop means a lot of driving. Depending on how busy we are, I drive anywhere from like 150 to 250 miles every night. So needless to say, I see a lot of dumbasses on the road. I'm going to give you guys my top.
I thought this was going to be like a compilation that I could just watch.
5 pet peeves having to do with stupid drivers. Driving is not a hard concept, folks. You go forward.
Yo, DeRozier, can we just like watch dumb driver clips? I thought that's what this was gonna be. He's just telling me his pet peeves as a cop for drivers. I thought we were just gonna be watching. Okay. This is fine.
You go back and you turn from time to time. If you feel like getting really crazy, you might do a U-turn. And it's not like it's any secret that the key to driving is paying attention and being courteous to other people on the road. It really bothers me how easy it is for some people to get a license. Some people have no business behind the wheel of a car, or a truck, or a golf cart. I wouldn't trust some people with a skateboard. Number 5. Number 5 is actually 2 parts. People parking in a handicap spot that aren't handicapped, and people that park in fire lanes.
ATM. I noticed you pulled up and he got out and you're waiting right here. You notice a handicap zone. Do you have a handicap placard? No. Okay, you're gonna get a citation, sir. You're occupying a handicap spot from somebody who's handicapped. $500 ticket. Well, if you know it's a $500 ticket, sir, you can't be in the blue zone.
You have to be some sort of stupid to park in a fire lane. Heaven forbid you have to walk an extra 10 feet, you lazy bastard. I see people park in handicap spots all the time and they like get out of their car and they all but sprint for the front door. Like there's nothing wrong with them. Being a dumbass isn't a handicap. It doesn't qualify. And if I'm working, God help you if you park in a handicap spot and I see a disabled vet that has to park like 10 spaces down. Number 4, tailgating. People don't realize that following too close to a car is like one of the top reasons why people get into accidents. If I see you ass grabbing someone else's bumper on the road, you're gonna get stopped. Number 3 is when someone knows that their lane is about to end and they wait until the last second to try to merge into traffic. Nothing satisfies me more than seeing somebody go all the way to the end and they're like forced to try to get in and nobody lets them in. That shit is hilarious. That's the only time you will ever see me tailgate somebody, is when I'm trying not to let somebody in that waited for the last second. Don't be a dickhead on the road. Number 2 is a lot more dangerous than number 1, but there is one thing that bugs me more than anything else, but I'll get to that in a second. Number 2 is texting and driving. Everybody has a busy life. I totally understand that. And cops are guilty of this too. I'm not exempting them. The average time...
This isn't top 5 dumbest drivers, DeRozier. This is just like basic driving laws. Come on, man. I thought we were going to watch something like truly stupid. Working in a handicap zone? That's just a basic law, and if anything else, it's just decency. Man, there's only 2 minutes to this, but like, never again, DeRozier.
It takes you to read and respond to a text message.
I could have told you this shit. Yeah, don't text and drive, don't drink and drive, don't let your dog drive. I mean, come on, bro.
On average, you've traveled a football field. If you wouldn't close your eyes for the length of a football field while you're going down the highway, why would you look at your phone? Numero uno, my number 1 biggest pet peeve, hands down, you slow motherfuckers in the left lane.
Look at that car chase over. Ooh, damn, yo.
Going too slow is also a hazard. There's signs that say minimum speed limit. This is another. This is something else you learn. It's a basic traffic violation. It's a basic law. You know what's really dumb is you see these panels up here. 5 dumbest drivers. I expect for a car to be hanging off that top panel right there. Right? That would be dumb. Very anticlimactic.
It never fails. I'm just cruising, minding my own business, and somehow I always happen to come up behind a blue Grand Marquis with a Jesus sticker in the back, white hair inside the car, going 10 miles an hour under the speed limit. Do you not see me behind you, stupid? Left lane cruisers don't give a damn about...
Well, that's because y'all allow 75-year-olds to still drive, so no, he doesn't see you. And he probably doesn't even hear those lights because he doesn't have his hearing aid in.
About anybody else. If you guys are laughing right now, it's because you know exactly what I'm talking about. I have given so many tickets for that. Thank God it's a law in my state. If I'm coming up behind you, or if anybody's coming up behind you, have enough courtesy to pay attention and move over. Use your head. It's that bump that's 3 feet above your ass. Just because you don't have anything else better to do today than watch the latest episode of Jersey Shore doesn't mean I don't have...
Okay. Great. Professor Dave. Let's hear Candace Owens be retarded for 30 minutes. For the next one, DeRozier, I prefer I prefer examples, not an explanation. I know the laws of the road. I don't need them to be explained. I need to see people doing dumb shit. I thought that was the whole point of this, but nah. Now you know. Candace Owens thinks space is fake and gay. What is happening with Candace Owens, bro? For real. Is it just me, or like whatever happened to that one well-spoken black girl from a couple of years ago that was giving everybody the business and telling it like it is and just speaking facts? Whatever happened to that girl? Now, this is not the first time that I've had to watch a video or listen to her be stupid or say stupid shit or behave in a retarded fashion. Like, it's almost as if the main reason people watched her is getting stale, and now she's just opting for shock value to retain attention or relevance or her audience. I can't even imagine, like, bitch, are you stupid? Something tells me I'm gonna lose more brain cells watching this video than the last video. So before we start this video, I'm going to go fill my brain with THC. Because just by reading the fucking title, nah. I can't be sober and deal with this fucking lady. Not like this. I'll be back. What? Okay. Right. So now that I've successfully gotten myself in the same headspace as Candace Owens, we're gonna see what the fuck she's talking about. Probably. A whole bunch of fucking nothing.
Hey everyone, you've all seen me mock flat earthers more than a few times, but this ridiculous cult has recently gained an unexpected member in the form of Candace Owens. She's really been dazzling the internet with her stupidity lately, so let's check it out. In case you haven't heard of Candace, she's a conservative political commentator and total nutjob whose ridiculous positions go far beyond supporting Trump, lying about vaccines, and whining about Black Lives Matter. After working for conservative propaganda outlets like PragerU and the Daily Wire, she went off on her own and now pumps out high-octane garbage on YouTube. Now, I've actually talked about Candace in passing a few...
That's what happened. She used to have overseers, quite possibly a boss, in the form of Daily Wire, or Ben Shapiro, or PragerU. And now that she has no one to rein in her dumbassery, well, that's kind of all that you're getting. So essentially, what we're seeing with Candace is what we all should have seen years ago. But because the people that she worked with probably wouldn't let her say this stupid fucking garbage, she held her tongue and simply just said other stuff, right? That's why I feel the way I feel. I used to feel like once upon a time, her brain had value, and now it does not. I think that's what it might be.
Few times before. The first time was in my first video about a Piers Morgan segment, which was mainly about Terrence Howard, but also brought up a ridiculous rant from Candace about science being a pagan faith. Let's start things off by examining the 10-month-old video that rant came from so that we can get some context, and then we will get to a more recent video where she complains about the You Go Girl Blue Origin flight with Katy Perry and friends. Just so you're aware, this video is called The Shocking Satanic Origins of NASA. Kind of sounds exactly like a flat earther, huh? Let's take a look.
Uh-oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am in trouble again. Why am I always in trouble? I'm trending on Twitter for...
Dog, if you reach enough... If you reach enough, you can claim that anything has satanic origins. For real. Man, just go on the internet for 5 seconds. And you'll see it. The satanic origins of the NFL, the satanic origins of George Bush, the satanic origins of politics, the devilish secrets behind the moon landings. Like, bro, it's like... And if y'all are telling the truth, bro, we're not gonna listen because it's just like it's dog that cried wolf too many times, man, or just like it's like those people that say the doomsday fuckers that say the world's gonna end year after year and then it doesn't, and then I don't know what they do when the world doesn't end. I think they just crawl back into a cave or something. I'm not sure.
NASA. Kind of sounds exactly like a flat earther, huh? Let's take a look.
Uh-oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am in trouble again. Why am I always in trouble? I'm trending on Twitter for saying something unsayable.
Trouble is a state of mind.
Look at this #1 trend. It reads, Candace Owens rejects Earth theories, faces backlash. How am I ever going to survive this? But also I have to admit that trend is kind of cool because I'm trending under science, and that is a first. It's
because of your moronicism, not because of your intelligence. It's not the same thing, girl.
It's got me feeling like CO the science gal.
No. Not really.
Christ is king.
You know you've hit rock bottom when your attempt to entertain and persuade people genuinely looks like an episode of Tim and Eric. Her attempt to satirize a popular science communicator involves just saying, Christ is king, and patting herself on the back for no reason. This is the level of intellect we will be dealing with throughout this video.
All right, so whenever I'm trending over something that's just not that big of a deal, I know that there's something the establishment wants to hide. It's called a media overreaction.
Kind of like how conservative pundits never shut the fuck up about trans people? Got it.
Monday, I did this whole long episode about why I am now rejecting the cult of science. So many things that they've lied to us about: vaccines, birth control, people that are being injured, and we just accept everything the experts say.
You uniformly
Oh my God. When it came to the vaccine, bro, I wasn't buying it. For my own reasons, I didn't take it. Okay? I didn't feel like I fucking had to. And one, the fact that they were insinuating that I was going to be forced to, and I'm a defiant, petty motherfucker, it made me not want to take it. And I just didn't fucking take it. Okay? There's just a lot of things about the vaccine that I felt were bullshit. Okay? But that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna have my niece vaccinated for just vaccines. Kids need vaccines. That doesn't mean I'm gonna stop going to the hospital. I'm epileptic. I still need my seizure medication. Just because I had no faith in that specific medicine, that doesn't mean I'm going to cast out all medicine. Just because I think that there's certain aspects of science or space and stuff like that. I have theories about the moon landing. Did we go? Yeah, was it in 69? I don't know, man. I'm not too sure, right? But that doesn't mean I'm willing to cast out all of the achievements we've made in space, or with space exploration, or with astronomy. I'm not casting it all out because of one discrepancy. That's so narrow-minded and retarded, Candace, that you're an idiot. I don't know how else to say it, and I have a feeling I'm going to be repeating that sentiment over and over again in this video. You're an idiot.
Reject everything that experts say. That's how you became this complete joke of a person that denies literally all of science. Stop pretending otherwise.
And we're sacrificing our own bodies. It just feels strange. It feels wrong. When you look further in the history, they just keep lying and getting away with it. What I said was that science has become a pagan faith. Yes, that's what I actually believe. And I said, if I don't get it from the Bible and I can't observe it with my own eyes, I don't stand it as the truth.
What an
Okay, so thank you for telling me how retarded you are, Candace. I used to give you, back in the day, I used to give you a degree of acknowledgement, right? People would ask me, hey, what do you think about Candace Owens? Oh, seems like she's got her head on her shoulders. I never spoke ill of you, ever. I didn't see a need to. There wasn't a need to. Granted, some of the conversations you would have, I didn't give a fuck about, like a lot of political stuff, right? But there was just other topics that I was just like, yeah, she makes sense, man. It's speaking facts. I can't disagree with that. But thank you for now further establishing just how fucking dumb you are. That way I can stop giving you that degree that I've been giving you of either attention or just the benefit of the doubt. I can stop giving you that. So thank you for making it so apparent to me that I should no longer do that. I should no longer listen to anything you say, period. Even if what you're saying is to be right or just or fact. I'd rather hear it from someone else. That's like, girl, man, get the fuck out of here.
Immaculate display of the mentality of a cult member. Who is they? Every scientist in the entire world? What are they lying about? No concrete examples, of course, and then a remarkable contradiction. If she can't get it from the Bible and can't see it with her own eyes, nothing from the Bible can be seen with her own eyes, and yet she blindly believes it, while rejecting empirical.
Listen, when it comes to the Bible, that's a whole separate conversation that I am not willing to have. I'm not talking about the Bible with y'all. I'm not talking about religion with y'all, okay? I'm not even going to debate on its validity or if it's real or not or whatever. However, I can't physically see oxygen, man. But it's there. I know what it is. I don't understand. I can't physically see the fucking the radiation waves and all of that shit that the sun emits that we're affected by. But I know it's there. You want to know why my skin turned fucking red, Candace? God damn it. You don't You're so small-minded, it pisses me off. Like, it just...
empirical science that can indeed be seen with her own eyes. She's just too lazy and stupid to look.
I'm starting to see a trend that every time you start talking about the Bible, you start talking about God, you start talking about spiritualism, and recognizing that America and the West is an anomaly, that there are spiritual forces that are working on people at all times, the media panics because the media, in my view, is a bit satanic. I genuinely believe this.
Religious nut jobs just can't handle the fact that the world is becoming...
Oh, look, I have my gripes about the media, but I feel like the gripes I have are so different than Candace's, and my reasoning for these gripes are leagues away from hers. It's just like, I don't know what... Oh, goddamn.
Increasingly secular because it reminds them that they are deluding themselves. They need absolutely everyone to believe not just in God and creationism and prophets and miracles, but their specific God and creation myths and prophet and miracles. They pretend that the cold, dark world is intolerant to their bright, shining faith, when in actuality they are intolerant towards anyone that knows how infantile they are. They engage with stories and concepts like literal toddlers who believe in scary boogeymen in the dark and who need an omnipotent daddy figure to take care of them and tell them what to do, and then act offended that the rest of humanity has progressed to at least a kind of adolescence where we are ready to take responsibility for our own actions and learn something concrete about the world around us. They refuse to leave this developmental playpen, and it's pathetic.
The origins of NASA.
What the fuck he just said, man. God damn. Yeah. Essentially. That's what I've been trying to say this whole time, but he pretty much just, like, very gracefully summarized the shit out of that. And, yeah. I could not agree more.
Are satanic. And I went, what? What are you talking about? And OMG, you guys, buckle up. What I'm about to tell you, you're not even going to believe me, but you can just
Well, the fact that you said OMG, buckle up, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a fucking doozy.
research this.
No, I definitely won't believe you because Satan isn't real. He's the boogeyman in the story you believe because you have the intellect of a toddler. An evil force ruining the plan of an omnipotent deity who just can't get rid of his enemy for some reason. Totally believable. Anyway, she now goes on a long rant about Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, satanic rituals, dirty, dirty sex stuff, and pretending that NASA exists basically because of these few people alone.
He was an occultist who pledged his allegiance to demons. He routinely practiced sex rituals. He believed in masochistic and sadistic sex, believed in free love, and he's the man who made rockets a reality and co-founded the agency's Jet Propulsion Lab. NASA would later consider that experiment, which happened again on Halloween, to be the first rocket experiment.
There's no point in listening to all of this. It's just the standard propaganda technique of pointing.
I don't know what that means. Like, this is like you telling me that Roger Goodell's grandfather used to own slaves back in the day or some shit. And Roger Goodell is commissioner of the NFL. Can you believe that? His grandfather used to own slaves and he's commissioner now. So fucking what if he made the jet propulsion and he was also like that? Those things, the creation of the jet propulsion doesn't carry on his whatever you claim that his beliefs are. What do you... I don't see how people can listen to you, man. The amount of mental gymnastics that you have to do to, and that's the crazy part. I don't even know your fucking end goal. I don't even know what.
Co-founded the agency's Jet Propulsion Lab. NASA.
Okay, it doesn't. You know what else is crazy? Yo, Hitler created meth. Okay? What does that say about Hitler? What does that say about the SS? What does that say about the Nazis? Fucking nothing. He was just a guy that created it, man, because, I mean, he believed it made super soldiers, which he's not wrong. Have you ever seen people on meth? They be doing the most, right? But, like, what is it even... Candace Owens would be the kind of person that would be like, if you do meth, you're corrupted by Nazism, because Hitler made meth. He made a version of it, man. Historically, he did. He made a version of it of some kind. The world's first version of meth is what he made, and it was a drug that he planned on using on his soldiers to make them super, because it's a upper, but it's like cocaine, right? So I wouldn't put it past Candace Owens to make that leap, right? To just make that fucking that whole mental gymnastics of, like, if you do meth, you're corrupted by Nazism and you need to be abolished. What? How stupid that sounds? Exactly. What are you talking about? These things, like... Candace, you need a job on CNN, because the way you speak is exactly how they speak. They be telling you things that have, like, zero to little to do with what the fuck they're talking about, and you would literally have to be grasping at straws to make any kind of correlation, or for the shit to even matter, or hold any kind of weight in a future regard. It's like, you make no sense in what you're saying. It's just confusing. It doesn't even bother breaking down. That thank God we have Professor Dave here. Holy shit.
Rocket's a reality and co-founded the agency's Jet Propulsion Lab. NASA would later consider that experiment, which happened again on Halloween, to be the first rocket experiment.
There's no point in listening to all of this. It's just the standard propaganda technique of pointing at one person that will seem unsavory to her demographic and discrediting entire fields of science or institutions by association. John Money bad, therefore blah 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 trans is bad. Werner von Braun lived in Nazi Germany, so NASA is Nazis. Jack Parsons was a weirdo, therefore all of NASA is based on Satan stuff. A classic tactic.
Yes,
in reality, NASA was founded in 1958 primarily in response to the Soviet Union's launch of Sputnik in 1957. Eisenhower did...
And even if it was actually founded by those guys, what the fuck does that have to do with NASA today? Nothing. Candace, you're just making shit up. You're throwing shit against the wall and hoping people gravitate to it or just flat out believe you without further questioning or investigation. And then when they don't believe you, you just say faith. Because now you're just like a fucking religious leader now, I guess. I don't know, man. Man, my whole view on religion, it's cool to have it. And if you have it, you have it. I'm happy for you. But man, fuck you for trying to put it on me. I don't give a fuck how great it is. I don't give a fuck if it is the answer. I don't give a fuck if it's the only answer. I don't give a fuck if y'all are actually right and I'm wrong. Get off my dick about it, Candace. Get off all of our dicks about it. Guy, you and your religion, you almost make me want to go to hell. Religion this, religion that, blah, blah, blah. God this, Christ or Savior, blah, blah, blah. It's to the point of exhaustion. It's like I'm so apathetic to it now that it's just like, and that's how I grew up, Candace. That's how I grew up, Candace, with an overbearing mother that made me go to goddamn Sunday school every day and vacation Bible school and fucking and Saturday preacher school and fucking Monday we went for the choir, and then Tuesday we would go, and then Wednesday we would go, and like, oh mom, I'd rather go to hell. If it takes this much work to get into heaven, fuck, man. I'm sorry, I went off the rails there. That was like a rant, but Candace. Oh, what did I do? Sorry.
didn't want the U.S. to fall behind with regards to space technology for reasons including national security, and he established NASA as a civilian agency rather than a military one, believing it would be more effective for space exploration. Immediately upon forming, it had 8,000 employees that it inherited from the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. Anyone fixating on one or two people as the basis for the formation of NASA is an idiot.
That reported that he chanted Crowley's hymn before he lit his rockets. They're just chanting satanic, demonic hymns before they lit these rockets, guys. This is not a joke. This is not a test. This is history that is hiding right under your nose.
Nobody.
Okay, here's the question of the century. Here's the question of the century. Candace, let's say you're right. What now? If what you're saying is true, we lost the plot. It's over. Because that is how the fucking devil works. If what you're saying is true, we lost the plot, it's over, there's no point in even fucking trying. This girl, bro.
Nobody cares, Candace. Nobody cares. If something works in science, it doesn't matter what you chant before or after demonstrating it. Whether it's all hail Satan, all hail Jesus, or all hail Tom Cruise.
I'm on medication, guys. Some of you might not know. I'm on medication for epilepsy. And I don't care if my neurologist worships the devil. It doesn't change the fact that I need these pills right here, Candace. Without these pills, I die. Your religion can't help me. Your God can't save me. It doesn't matter if my neurologist, which I'm not going to give you her name, it doesn't matter if she worships the devil or Aleister Crowley or whatever the fuck. It doesn't change the fact that I need these pills for survival. And I'm not willing to die to establish your logic as my reasoning or my standard for living, Candace. Fuck you. Makes no goddamn sense, bitch. Yo, this is not getting monetized if I decide to upload this later.
It has no effect on the science, nor does it tie the achievement to any religious group. Rockets work.
And I dare you to say something to me, Candace. I dare you to say something to anyone that relies on fucking medication. Like, bitch, I don't care if the whole goddamn hospital has demons running through it. I need that goddamn medicine. Cancer patients need their fucking chemo. Like, shut the fuck up.
Because of science, and there were people all over the world working on rockets. So you can stop pretending that rockets are the product of Satan himself.
And blow it out your fucking ass.
Because again, he's not real, and people who use rockets today don't care that a few people who worked on rockets in the past were a little weird. Although, honestly, worshipping Satan is not any weirder than worshipping the genocidal asshole god of the Abrahamic religions. Sorry.
And the naked pregnant women that were dancing through fire in the garden. This is totally normal stuff, guys. It's just, coming up with NASA and jet propulsion, you sometimes got to have a naked pregnant woman dancing in the garden through fire.
But
sometimes when you're a fundamentalist Christian, you have to lynch black people and bomb abortion clinics, or generally do some of the most heinous things in human history. Apples and oranges, right, Candace?
There you have it, guys. That's the origins of NASA and the program, the jet propulsion program,
You're an idiot.
We're going to make it to space mission. But don't worry, it would be totally crazy for you guys to think that Satan worshipers are still involved in NASA. Obviously, after it got started, they went totally clean. Everything was been above board. Nobody believes in this stuff anymore. And everything's great and everything's normal.
Yes, a story about like 3 people is totally the story of all of NASA.
Yep.
And of course,
all of NASA and the history of NASA and all of these employees and the people that were born after the fact. And that idea died the fuck off, Candace. Even if at one point it was the sole motivating factor for NASA, that is not the case today, man.
nobody.
However, this girl be looking a little bit devilish right here, though. I will say, like, damn, why are you smiling like that? They must have caught you off number. Thought you were going on go, and they went on 3.
Else at NASA today worships Satan, you guys. Don't be silly. I'll just vomit up some sarcasm, implying that everybody at NASA worships Satan and be on my merry way. How dumb do you have to be to fall for this stuff? And what about the dozens of other space agencies in other countries, Candace? They're all devil worshippers too, I bet. Even in this alternate reality where absolutely every last person who's into rocketry is an evil demon, would that somehow make space fake and the Earth flat?
Science has become a bit satanic.
This is just, God, she's such a child. Basically, you know what science is, guys. Science is basically, say what you will about it, but it effectively destroys everything that she believes in. With proof and numbers. And guess what, guys? Math don't lie. Essentially, that's what science does, man. It shits on religion quite a bit. In a lot of ways. And instead of her being like, well, you have your science, I have my faith, like what has happened for, I feel like, decades now, really. Almost a century at this point. She can't get over it. So, what does she do? This thing that is threatening what I believe in, I'm just going to label it satanic. That is childlike behavior.
You know, they're telling you to do things that are utterly satanic, sacrificing your children in the name of science because it's just a clump of cells. It's getting weird out there. And I'm sorry that I notice. And that's all I'll say on that topic.
Yes, science
You're weird.
is totally asking you to sacrifice your children. That wouldn't actually be your imaginary God who told someone to sacrifice his child and then took it back at the last second, like a fucking sociopath. It wouldn't be you science-denying morons rejecting vaccines that are causing children to die of diseases that we had already essentially eradicated. You're a joke.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're now going to move on to some more recent comments from Candace, but first, let's pause for a brief message. In this post-truth era, it's tough to stay informed. Whatever's going on in science or politics, there are so many about $5 a month. That's ground.news/PDE, or just scan the QR code on screen and subscribe today. Okay, back to Candace. Now, I did say that I had mentioned Candace several times before, and apart from the Peers segment, we also talked about Candace with regards to the final experiment, where some flat earthers went to Antarctica. Here's a quick refresher.
This guy messages me, and this is what he says. His name is Will Duffy. He said, I heard you recently talking about the flat earth versus the globe debate. I'm a pastor from Colorado, and I've created something called the Final Experiment. It's a trip to Antarctica this December to settle the debate once and for all. It would be really cool if you and or George joined us in Antarctica. But if not, I would be more than happy to come on your show to talk about it.
And I'm very excited to announce that although Candace Owens will not be able to go with us, she is sending her director with us, and she will be reporting on our trip this December through her director, who will be her.
I know about this, and basically a whole bunch of flat earthers basically went to Antarctica and essentially got proven fucking wrong. Yeah, they got proven wrong. A whole bunch of flat earthers went to Antarctica, did the experiment, and they were like, oh, well, damn. The Earth isn't flat. That's what this experiment is, for those of you that don't know. And Candace refused to go. Because she can't call the Earth satanic. So she's just not gonna go. She can call NASA satanic, but yeah. She can't call the actual Earth satanic if the Earth isn't what she thinks it is. That's why she doesn't want to go, because she doesn't want to be proven wrong. At least she doesn't want to be proven wrong on camera, because she's a fucking coward. She'd rather send another person in her stead. That way, when she is proven wrong, she's not there. She doesn't have to be there. She doesn't have to sit there embarrassed. That's why she doesn't want to go.
Boots on the ground in Antarctica, reporting back to her whether or not there was a 24-hour sun or if the sun rises and sets each day. Super cool.
If you'll recall, the trip did take place, and everybody in attendance did indeed see the 24-hour sun, including Candace's underling. Presuming she understood perfectly well what the stakes were, we should all assume that Candace now conclusively understands that the Earth is a sphere, right? Okay, let's move on to a more recent video streamed on April 17th of this year.
In other lady news, we have to speak about this Blue Origin space mission, okay?
So what do you mean? What did she say? Did she say anything? Did she respond to this? What did she say to that? What did she say to that experiment? Or in typical CNN fashion, she's just like, "Oh, that's not what we wanted to hear. On to the next story, Bill. Yes, so 7 dead, 15 injured." Okay. All right. I don't
Because women. Sometimes we can just be such women, you know? It's like we're crying on a bed because our husband goes for a run and we think he's going to just be taken out in the middle of DC by some hogs that don't live in DC, you know? And this is kind of what this mission was.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're just a younger looking Kamala Harris. It's just a word fucking diarrhea. Word vomit. What is this? Candace, what is this?
And sometimes we can just be such women, you know? It's like we're crying on a bed because our husband goes for a run and we think he's going to just be taken out in the middle of DC by some hogs that don't live in DC, you know? And this is kind of what this mission was, because it was just really annoying in all the ways that I didn't want it to be annoying.
Okay, I have no idea what she's talking about with the hogs in DC.
Thank God I'm not the only one. Thank God. Like, I was about to lose my mind. Like, watch one of her supporters be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you don't know about this, this, and this." No, I don't know about this, this, and this. I don't fucking follow Candace. And I never will after this. I knew who she was. She popped up on my feed from time to time. And again, I would watch a couple of clips and I'd be like, "Girl knows what the fuck she's talking about. Right on. I like that." But she's off the reservation. She's off the reservation. What can you possibly learn from this woman? I can learn more from the ingredients on the back of the bottle of my goddamn shampoo than I can from Candace.
But let's get something out of the way right up top. Was this Jeff Bezos funded mission silly? Sure.
Cringe.
Was it a blatantly pandering girl power marketing
Garbage.
stunt? Yes.
And the fucking camel toe right here on fucking Lin Sum Yu. Holy shit. I don't even know how that happens.
Could the tens of millions of dollars spent on this have gone instead to feeding hungry people or something more noble? Obviously. But the backlash is way out of proportion. Corporations spend limitless amounts of money on advertising all the time. Why not complain about every single ultra-expensive Super Bowl commercial and ask why that money isn't being used for something better?
So here's the thing, Professor Dave. I didn't really care about the money that was spent. The only thing that got under my skin was the fact that a whole bunch of brain-dead idiots decided to actually label these bitches astronauts. And I'm sorry, but fuck you. No, they aren't. They never will be. Under any circumstance of the word astronaut. The conversation ends here. Fuck out of my face. So...
why not complain instead about the bottomless pit that is the American defense budget? It's $1 trillion. I'm not being hyperbolic. It's literally $1 trillion.
I know.
What could we do with that money instead of terrorizing the world with neoconservative foreign policy? Let's put the outrage into perspective, people. That money was...
Hey, we're safe, though. I agree. I don't really care about spreading our view to other fucking countries. I've always thought that was stupid, but... I mean, we are protected, so there is that. I do agree, though, like, with the whole fucking, oh, man, I just don't give a fuck about giving democracy to this other country. Man, I don't care. And that's not our place, and it should never be our place. So on that, I agree with you, Dave. But we do need to protect ourselves. So could the budget be lower? Yeah, probably. If we stopped interfering with shit that didn't involve us. But sadly, we don't get to say, unfortunately. But oh my god, if this happens again, please. I just one click.
Spent on a little space trip should not really be at the top of our list of concerns, even if we were to limit our concerns to bad things about Jeff Bezos alone. And while the girl power thing is a little silly, the outrage towards some random women who went to space is 100 times sillier. Some famous women went up to orbit for a few minutes as a PR stunt, the achievements of astronauts were marginally trivialized, a few young people became a little more interested in space for a second, and we were reminded that commercial space travel is on the way. It's barely a story.
And they decided to launch 6 well-known women into space. Here's a picture of the ladies that are going to space. Looks like it could be the cover of a Spice Girls album. I love
it. It literally looks like a shitty live-action version of the Smurfs movie. And, I mean, I don't know why y'all had to make that rocket look so much like a dick, but y'all did. Girl power, right? With a big fucking erect dong in the background, huh? It's fucking girl power. BAM! Right there. Just fucking majestic. Standing. Just... Okay. Sorry, I feel like I had to point that out.
it, okay? Who went to space? It was Gail King, former NASA scientist Aisha Bowe, Lauren Sanchez,
No one actually
Jeff
cares.
Bezos' soon-to-be
I don't
wife
think
and
no one-
journalist,
no one
research
cared.
scientist Amanda Nugan, and Katy Perry. So you gotta have a pop star in there. Plus film producer Carrie Ann Flynn is there. And
No,
they
no
promoted
one
this as the first all-women space flight because the only other time that a woman went to space, the first was Soviet Union cosmonaut Valentina Tereshkova. She was the first woman in space. She made a solo trip back in 1963, and she spent 3 days in space. She circled the Earth 48 times, and then she landed herself as a feminist.
Yeah, she's an astronaut. No one's debating that. I'm just saying that these other 5 bitches aren't.
Icon. Then they just made it super girly. Like, okay, but like, what about the fashion? So Lauren Sanchez got together and decided to design the Blue Origin suits in collaboration with Oscar de la Renta.
Yeah, see, this is why y'all don't rule the world, Candace. This is why y'all don't rule the world. Fucking space travel, the final frontier, exploring, right? The future of mankind. And you're worried about the fucking outfit. God damn. We gotta go to war against this fucking country that is, like, pretty powerful, and they could quite possibly stand a chance at fucking us up. And you're worried about what the uniform looks like. See, this is why y'all don't rule the world. Because y'all think like this. Shocker.
Because like they have money. So they got the creative directors of Oscar de la Renta to design these fantastic suits that were tailored to their bodies. Because these aren't your regular astronauts. Yeah. These are hot astronauts. These are babes, okay? Yeah. When we do science, we make it hot and we make it girly.
Who cares? Yeah. Who cares about any of this? Some women went to space for a minute. Who cares? They had cool looking suits. Who cares? Some of them are arguing.
And Jesus Christ. Why does this one right here look like Adriana Chechnik, but with just like a botched facial surgery? Right? Swear to God. I didn't notice that the first time I covered this story. Like, yeah, almost looks like, out of all these women, she's the one that looks most like an alien. That and Crazy Eyes right here. But, yeah, it looks like Adriana Chechnik with just like awful plastic surgery. Damn. Okay. Fucking camel toe heroes drive. That's not even a camel toe, bro. That's a fucking moose knuckle.
arguably attractive. Who cares? It's obnoxious women-hating rants like these, ironically often coming from conservative women, that continually stir this pot and generate more artificially feminist stunts like this for conservatives to complain about. Can we whine about identity politics informing the cast of a Star Wars movie? Yeah, to your buddy over a drink one night, I guess. It's not something to broadcast all over the world as though it actually matters. It doesn't. Get a life, Candace.
Got it? 1, 2, 3, taking up space!
Tamir's in space.
It's okay. Leave Flynn up there. Flynn, bye. You look.
Bitch watched this video and still thought the Earth was flat. That's crazy. Because I still haven't gotten an answer from her on the whole fucking final experiment thing. Wild.
Flynn, I gotcha. I gotcha, Flynn.
Gotcha.
Proud of you,
It's like essentially a TikTok party, right? It's like it's like a girly sleepover party. We can come out of this.
Yeah, it's
Thank God.
like a TikTok thing.
Yeah.
It was a PR stunt, which
Yeah.
you are currently amplifying. Some woo girls did woo girl stuff in space. The end. What would you have done up there, Candace? Would you have recited...
Bro, if a whole bunch of dudes, if 5... This would be the same thing coming from the male perspective. I just want all ladies to know that. If 5 rich guys, let's take Brad Pitt, George Clooney, fucking Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and I don't know, fucking George Bush. He's too old. Fucking Eminem. Take those 5 guys, put them in a fucking rocket, send them up for 30 seconds, and they come back down, I'm gonna be saying the same shit. That was literally fucking worthless. You're not astronauts. That was a waste of fucking time, and that was the cringiest shit I've ever seen come from anything related to space. Same thing applies to the guys if guys do this. So, like, it's just...
some epic monologue that poetically puts all of human history into perspective. No, I bet you would have said or done something really stupid that other people would then make fun of on their podcasts.
I just feel like all of the female astronauts that are going to go up today, it's such a big day in history and it's so empowering, especially my daughter.
Dog, I didn't even know it was happening until it happened.
Is 7, and just to see something like this.
You know, my daughter's only 2, and I didn't even share this with her. I feel ashamed of myself. She's so right. I just want my daughter to know that someday you can be launched with your super wealthy friends and you can get a $7,000 bag. You just have to know the right people, and celebrities will be waiting for you on the ground when you get back. And then we're going to tell people that you made history.
Look, I'm not against poking fun at rich people, but the way Candace does it just irritates me. What have you done in your life that matters, Candace? What kind of a role model are you for women or humans in general? Have you cured any diseases? Have you invented anything incredible? Have you created inspiring works of art? No, you spread lies to make money on the internet. The world would be better without you. If you want to make fun of Katy Perry or the Kardashians, go right ahead, but you are worse. Anyway, it's time to pivot from the dog shit social commentary to the bona fide science denial.
But here's my bone to pick with Matt Walsh. We have a long running beef on the topic of...
You know, I would love to see Candace Owens pick a bone with Professor Dave. But... I have a feeling that's not going to happen because Professor Dave is leaps and bounds smarter than Candace. And one thing I've noticed about people like Candace is they definitely don't want to have conversations with people smarter than them. Me, I prefer to have conversations with people smarter than me because then I can learn something. I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind being told that what I thought was true a year ago is actually not true today. Good, I'm glad you told me because now I am smarter. Now I know more. You have educated me. People like Candace, they don't like that. They don't want to do that. They don't even want to have conversations with you. They don't even want to be in the same room with you. And it's just like, has Candace ever even responded to Dave at all in the slightest about anything that he said in her direction? I can't imagine so, because what could she say without looking foolish? Oh no. Yeah, David, I didn't know that they left the fucking planet until they came back. Like,
NASA and moon landings because he thinks they happened. And listen, when the guys did it, it was fake and gay. I'm sorry, Matt, and it's time for you to admit it. It was just as bad. You just weren't alive for it, okay? Homies were on the moon making phone calls before the time of cell phones, like, hey, what's up, Prez?
Jesus Christ. That's right. According to Candace, space is fake and gay because astronauts couldn't have called the president from the moon. This is the first talking point she just.
And how is it gay, though? What do you mean? So, that wasn't... I don't. So when the ladies do it, it's girl power, and when the dudes do it, it's gay. I mean, let's just say that the moon landing was fake, right? It still doesn't make you or those ladies look good because those ladies couldn't even fake anything that impressive. At least the dudes faked the fucking moon landing. What did your ladies do? Fucking nothing. They just sat up there. You sat up there. And how did you get to sit up there? Because of those guys. Because of the men that precede your whole launch. It's just like, come on, girl. I don't understand. How do you think those women got up there? It's because of the astronauts that went to the moon. Man, that's crazy. Okay.
Decided to bring up because she's a complete moron. Hey, Candace, it's called a fucking radio signal. Did you know that radio is a thing? And did you know that it's utterly trivial to connect a radio transmission to a telephone line? Even funnier than not knowing how radio works is the implication that NASA is so stupid that they conjured up this idea that there should be a phone call, even though that would tip off the public about the landing being faked. Because no can have phone lines on moon. The stupidity is breathtaking.
Okay, you must come to terms with the fact that NASA and space missions have always been this fake and gay. You just weren't alive for the original ones, and you need to learn the history of NASA, of the Apollo programs, which were occult and satanic. It was literally meant to be an antichrist movement to make people believe in man.
No, the point of NASA was to build rockets to go to space, which is why they did that a bunch of times. Saying fake and gay over and over again while crapping your pants about fictional characters doesn't change that.
Quite literally, they were throwing these sex rituals, and he believed that he had summoned the devil, and the devil told him that he needed to create a moon child. Next thing you know, they're telling us we made it to the moon. I mean, you got to look into Jack Parsons and the origin of NASA. I'm telling you, space has always been exceedingly fake and gay. It was fake and gay when the men did it, and it's now fake and gay because the women did it. So go back and watch our NASA episode to learn more about the establishment of the Apollo program and why it's always been occult and satanic and about devil worship and about the Antichrist. It's just undeniable. It's like a part of history that's just real.
I'd rather eat a whole bunch of fiber bars and take the world's biggest, meatiest shit and then take those turds and try to shove them back up my asshole before I watch anything that you tell me to watch, Candace. You got me so fucked up, it's not even funny.
Real.
It's hard to even know what to do with this. How do you talk sense into people who think that this is an actual argument?
I don't know.
Let's pretend for a second that all of this is true. Let's pretend that everyone at NASA, all 18,000 employees, as well as everyone at every other space agency in the world, and everyone at Blue Origin, and everyone at SpaceX, absolutely every single person in human history that has worked on rockets or had anything to do with any space mission is a Satan worshiper.
This is dumber than the one guy that we saw a video on that he claimed that Australia wasn't real. He claimed that Australia didn't exist. That it just wasn't there. And I forgot his reasonings or his logic behind his whole I don't think that guy was okay in the head, but his whole thing, he was spewing this whole fucking agenda of like Australia's fake, it's a conspiracy, it's not real, it doesn't exist. And only Australia. I don't know why Australia. All the other countries existed, but not Australia, not to this guy. And I was just like, oh wow, I bet you it's hella fun inside your head, huh? Or probably not fun at all if this is what the voices are telling you to say. Because my voices are not that stupid.
Go ahead and pretend that Satan is real. Let's even pretend that all of these satanic sex rituals produced the actual literal Antichrist. Let's give you absolutely all of that complete and utter bullshit. How the fuck would that make space fake, Candace? If Satan is real, then space isn't? Why? Explain to me how space is fake. Explain to me what's above the Kármán line. Explain to me the shape of the Earth. Don't just whine about Satan.
I was gonna ask that, but I figured that Professor Dave would eventually get to that. If there, then what is it? You believe in God, right? You believe that God was the creator of the heavens and the earth, right? When I was a kid, I heard that, and while at the time I still kind of sort of believed in religion and stuff like that when I was younger, I heard that God created the heavens and the earth. In my mind, I just thought that was the Bible's way of saying that was just space. He created the heavens and the earth. To me, heavens meant space when I was a kid. So I was like, okay, so space, and here's the earth, and out there is space, and out there is a whole bunch of shit that he also created. Cool, got it, thanks. As I got older, my relationship with religion changed, but my relationship with science did not. My relationship with science simply grew and expanded. And I don't know, man. That's just you're I don't know what else to say. You're stupid. I don't understand.
Satan actually say something.
So I'm challenging you, Matt Walsh, once again, until you say, Candace, you were right. Space.
You're going to have to say something other than Satan, Aleister Crowley, it's fake and gay, and you can't even give us a view of what you think it is. So if space is fake, then what do you think it is? What is it? What's out there? What have we been fucking looking for all this time? Are those pictures from the Mars rover fake? Are those pictures from those satellites that went to Jupiter fake? I don't understand how you can acknowledge so much and then not acknowledge other stuff that goes hand in hand with the stuff that you're acknowledging. It doesn't make sense.
This is not real. I'm just a guy and grew up with little astronaut figurines, and I can't let it go because a little boy in me doesn't want to say no. All right, guys, cutting to some sponsors. Paleo Valley. I eat paleo.
That's it, folks. Space is fake and gay because Candace says so. Now buy these granola bars or whatever. Anyway, it's not surprising that Candace didn't actually engage in any kind of analysis of the footage to try and prove that it's fake because she's just as lazy as she is stupid. But it's worth looking at what other idiots are saying about it because it's absolutely hilarious. And quite fittingly, the idiots are PBD and some of his dumb friends.
Do you have any of this stuff on how they open a door first and then they have to reopen the door and they have to say, go back in there, and then Jeff Bezos falls. Poor guy's tripping. He's having a hard time. Look at this here. Which one is this, Rob? Tell us.
This is the door being open from the inside.
So can you tell everybody here why they changed to make sure the door doesn't open to the inside before you go ahead, Tom. Give us a breakdown.
Pressure. You've seen all pictures. What happens when an airplane loses a window at like 30,000 feet, right? It's madness, right? All the stuff, you can get sucked right out of there, just like a guy Pat size will go right out the...
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dog, because whenever a plane lands, whenever the door to the plane opens, you don't hear a fucking... That would be depressurizing, but that doesn't happen because there's no more pressure. It's on the ground. So whatever you're going for, I don't think that's right. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my God, please.
The window like going through a meat grinder. And so when this thing goes all the way up and comes back, there's this process they have to do to open the door and to allow the pressure to equalize outside to inside. And so it's not just like you just open it, because the pressure inside is actually lower. So you open that door, that thing would flip open. And
No, because that's not how it happens whenever planes land. I don't understand why you would use that comparison. That's not the same thing. And one, you're on the ground. That there's no pressure to be had. I think you're thinking of like too many sci-fi movies that like the door opens and it's just like and like fucking you see fog and shit and like no, man, not really.
You'd have your bell rung. It would like blow you.
Open it up, Rob. Watch this.
What's going to come out of
They're not supposed to open the door yet.
her
Look, they're like, close the door!
No, not yet.
Jeff Bezos out there right by the capsule? Kind of hard to see. That is
I have to
correct.
pee.
That is Jeff Bezos, our founder.
He has to step up with the official
Yeah.
doohickey thing.
I don't know what
Yeah, this thing with the door was designed to be open from both the inside and outside for safety reasons, and specifically opening inwards. This is not a NASA spacecraft from the 1960s. Designs change. It's not that weird. After waiting for a while, somebody opened it accidentally and then closed it because Jeff wanted...
Oh, see, so this right here actually proves me wrong, because I said that in the video. Just simply because I just didn't have that much knowledge. But I did have a degree of knowledge. I said, whenever I saw the video for the first time, I was like, wait, because at the time, I didn't know that they had only gone up for so long and only for so far. And when they said that they went to space and came back, I was just like, wow, really? That thing looks mighty clean to have gone to space and come back. Usually these things come back charred. And that's when I found out that they didn't really go anywhere and they just kind of just like floated for a little bit and then came back. So it says right here, and since it barely left the atmosphere, the capsule's return from Earth doesn't create the heat of a typical re-entry burn that would scorch the exterior. And that's exactly what I said. I was like, don't these things have scorch marks when they land? But at the time, I had no idea that they had basically gone up and done nothing. When I first heard the story, I thought that they went up and, I don't know, I don't know what they did. But it come to find out, they went up, did nothing, and that's why. So I was wrong in that regard, because I did make that comment. So it's good to have a, explanation on that.
Wanted the footage of him ceremoniously opening the door for his fiancée and the other ladies. It's a PR stunt, remember? Anyone whining about pressure is clueless. The cabin is pressurized. Space is not. Nothing would be pushing the door inwards. On the contrary, the pressure would be pushing the door outwards. That it opens inwards makes perfect sense. It goes against the pressure, making it harder to open until it's on the ground and safe to do so.
Katy Perry kissing the ground. Go ahead, Rob. Oh my God! Listen, this is a moment. Look at this moment.
She has a flower.
Look at this moment. Look at this. Katie. Wow. So awesome. So Vinny, what thoughts do you have about this one?
I
Here?
mean,
Go ahead, Vinny.
that almost got me emotional. But first of all, did you guys know how much it costs? Like the reports say how much passengers pay for these flights. This isn't free.
I missed it. It was expensive, and Katie kissed the ground, so the mission was fake. Why? It sounds like you're really grasping at straws.
Oh, no, man. Okay, so that's what they're going at? That's what they're saying? They're saying that this was fake? No, I believe they went up there. It looked legit to me. I mean, I didn't notice. Then again, AI is really good today, but I didn't notice any fakery. So I wasn't doubting that they went. It's just this whole astronaut label that they were given that I was just like, no, that's not going to happen. Not on my watch. Not today.
They technically crossed the Kármán line, which is 62 miles, but they hit it for a moment and at apogee, but with no orbital insertion, okay? Which the rocket looked pretty
Sounds
weird.
hot.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
Sounds real
There's
hot.
kids
Vinny.
here. All right,
Orbital insertion.
Then it immediately dropped
Google
back to
that
Earth.
one?
So the weightlessness, if you guys see, the weightlessness that they experienced was just free fall. Like the top of a roller coaster, you know, that the top that you hit?
Yes.
That's what they experienced,
Yeah.
okay? Real astronauts on the ISS experience, they hit a microgravity.
They didn't, okay?
Yeah, no shit they didn't
That's
settle
because
into
the
orbit. It
International
was
Space
10
Station
minutes.
sits up
They crossed the
higher.
Kármán line, so they were technically in space. Nobody said they were going to Neptune, dumbass. And sorry, the weightlessness was actually free fall. Yeah, Brainiac, that's true for everyone in orbit too. People in
that's
the
how it
ISS aren't weightless. They're in free fall. Everything in orbit is in free fall. Get an education.
How many people think this really happened? How many people think it's like CGI fake all the way? Okay, so that's what
I think that's why Candace is so fucking mad, calling it fake and gay, because maybe she saw the PBD podcast. Yeah, I don't think it's fake. I just thought it was cringe.
all of it.
I think it's a fake capsule with fake people, celebrities, fake boobs, fake lips, fake landing after a fake launch in a rocket that looks like a schlong. You know, it's like...
Pretty impressive arguments there, Chief. Polling your idiot audience and then complaining about boobs and dicks. You should be a lawyer.
Zoom in on that. That's a plastic fake hand. What is that? That looks like a freaking, right? Tico looks like a mannequin. What? I don't believe it. I don't believe it, guys. Hold on. If you're going to do this mission and celebrate in a flower in mid-flight, where's...
Okay, I've had enough. If we're done with Candace, then I've had enough. Hold on.
Even a half-assed attempt to point out some kind of glitch or defect or anomaly in what we're seeing here. Space is so fake and gay, and yet it looks so obviously real, huh? All you conspiracy theorists are staking your entire reputation on not knowing how a door works? That sounds about right. Anyway, there's nothing else to say here. As commercial space travel becomes cheaper and more commonplace, I think we will finally see the demise of all this bullshit. Space denial, flat earthers. Once people are posting videos from space on their smartphones every single day, there's just not going to be any room left for this insanity. But in the meantime, we shouldn't...
Oh. I'm good, bro. Really. I don't know about you guys, but... well, first off, we're done with this video. That's for sure. If we spent enough time. But like space travel, I don't know what that would entail. Like if the travel would be like you do exactly what these ladies did, is you go up there, you float around, it's an experience. You take your friends. It's like a really expensive carnival ride, I guess, I suppose. Even if I had the money, I think I'm gonna pass on that. Really, for the most part, I take enough of a risk stepping on a plane. I do, and I know that it's a safe way to travel, but like, you don't know what's gonna happen. Every single person that has ever been on a plane that crashed, they also thought, I'm good, man. It's still the safest way to travel. I'm still taking a big risk stepping on a plane. I'm good. For what? To just float around for a couple seconds, or what? Maybe I don't know, man. In the future, I could quite possibly see like just this like really big elevator that just goes straight to fucking space. You don't even have to launch anymore. It's just like a fucking elevator that takes you up there. You got restaurants. It's like Vegas, really. You got restaurants, you got casinos, you got hotels. It's like its own little fucking city. In the future, maybe this evolves into that. Who fucking knows? And it definitely, and if it, I hate to tell you, and I'm in the same boat. You middle class or lower, you ain't going. How could you possibly go? How could that endeavor or that business even be profitable if it's only available to the rich? Then again, I mean, because how often do you think the rich would go up there and like keep that sustainable, right? But I don't know, man. I don't know. You do that trip, a hotel in space would be great. What's wrong with a hotel on Earth? Don't tell me, like, oh, it'd be quiet. Man, unless you go to, like, a hotel in, like, a really trash-ass ghetto part of town, it's gonna be quiet. So, like, a hotel in space would be great. So, do you know why people go to hotels? I just thought about this, actually. But then again, if they built everything there, but just like, I don't know, man. Paying that just to go to a hotel? When people get hotels, it's because they're going to a destination. The hotel's not even the main draw. The destination is the main draw. They find a hotel there, right? So like, you'd have to establish things in space for people to do, or for people to want to do. Otherwise, you're just going to be engaging in the same thing that Katy Perry did. You go up there for a couple seconds, you float, you take a couple selfies with your friends, you come back down, and then you kiss the ground. I mean, that could be cool, right? The first time. But as it goes on, if there's really nothing else there, you know? You really think people would pay all that money to go to Vegas and stay in a casino and stay in a hotel if there wasn't any casinos? That's like the whole draw. You got to have something there, but I don't know. I don't know how or what that's going to look like when it evolves finally. But that would be cool. Cities in space, or just cities in orbit. I think that's the closest thing we get to getting off world in case of a cataclysmic event or just us destroying ourselves, is orbiting cities. We put an International Space Station up there that can house 8 to 10 people for years. With the right amount of money, the right amount of engineering, the right amount of talent, effort, you could put a city in orbit. I mean, and if the human race is, if the progression of the human race is at stake, then yeah, we'd find a way to do that, but who knows? Okay, can I choose a Fat Electrician video, Vince, or does it have to be that movie that he just uploaded? It's got to be the movie, right? Watched so many long videos today that I kind of just wanted something like short and manageable, but better yet, I'll do this one. It is the same length as the one you're requesting, but this was uploaded an hour ago. We're here, fuck it. American Samurai. 442nd Infantry. American Samurais. I'm interested already. Go for broke. Most decorated unit in history. I'm down. We're gonna do this instead. Anyone else here down to watch some Fat Electrician? It's kind of rhetorical. We're doing it, but all right. And for we're changing the view for this, right? Could have changed it a while ago, but we didn't. Do y'all want to keep it in the same view for this, or do y'all want me to change it? For this, I don't think we need to be in this view for this. I think we can just go back to this, and it'll be fine. It'll be the same. All right.
This is my third attempt in the last year at making this video, but it's one of those ones that you have to get right. Today we're talking about America's Samurai, the Nisei, the second generation Japanese Americans that comprise the 442nd Infantry Regiment and the 100th Infantry Battalion, aka the Purple Heart Battalion. Ladies and gentlemen, in World War II, America did...
Damn, that's a lot of injured troops.
What is, in my opinion, one of the most disgusting things that the American government has ever done. They signed an executive order suspending all of the constitutional rights of Japanese Americans and then forced over 120,000 American citizens into an internment camp for the duration of World War II for no other reason than they had Japanese ancestry. Despite that, the sons of these Japanese Americans not only volunteered to fight for America in World War II, they demanded and petitioned for the opportunity to do so. And not only did they fight, they became one of the most effective and decorated combat units in American history. And we're gonna get into it right after a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Sunday.
Made America feel fucking stupid for locking them up to goddamn begin with. God damn. Yeah, that is just. And I damn sure almost forgot about that, didn't I? Really, what we did to the Japanese during that time. That's a damn shame that I forgot, but in modern day, all this talk about goddamn racism, we're only ever talking about one thing, and that's fucking slavery. Meanwhile, the government did this to these people that were already Americans simply because of some bullshit. All right, here we go.
All right, our story begins on December 7th, 1941, when the Imperial Japanese attack America at Pearl Harbor. Okay, everybody knows what the attack on Pearl Harbor is, but what almost nobody knows about is the Ni Hao incident that happened directly after the attack on Pearl Harbor that would change the course of American history. During the second wave of the attack at Pearl Harbor, America was able to get some of their fighter planes up in the air and begin fighting back. Some of these American fighter planes were obviously shooting at the Japanese fighter planes, and one of these Japanese Zeros ends up getting shot in its fuel tank and leaks out a bunch of its fuel. The Imperial Japanese pilot Suganori Nichikaichi does the only thing he can do in that situation. He makes an emergency landing on what he believes to be a small uninhabited Hawaiian island known as Ni Hao. However, he was incorrect. The island actually had 135 inhabitants, 133 of which were native Hawaiians, and then there was one Japanese couple, Yoshi and Irene Harada. Now, Ni Hao is like 140 miles away from Pearl Harbor, so the residents of the island had no idea that Japan was actually attacking America, so when he first made this emergency landing, everybody was happy to help this guy. They thought he was just, you know, a pilot from a friendly country that needed their help. Then within a couple of hours, word had reached Ni Hao that America was under attack by the Japanese, at which point the Hawaiians did the appropriate thing. They took him as their prisoner, took away his guns, locked him up, and they were going to hold him for the American government to come and get him.
All right, let me ask you this one time. What master do you serve? What master do I serve? What am I supposed to say? Jesus?
But for whatever reason, Yoshi and Irene decided that they were sympathetic towards this Japanese pilot, so much so that they were actually going to help him break out of jail, arm him, and try to help him escape.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
This plan would ultimately be thwarted by the Hawaiians, primarily a man by the name of Ben Kanahele, who was a World War I veteran and rancher. When Ben Kanahele went to stop Suganori from escaping, Suganori shot him 3 times, at which point Ben Kanahele proceeds to pick Suganori up and throw him at a stone wall. His wife then...
After being shot, I gotta hear that one more time. You picked him up and threw him against a stone wall after you got shot 3 times? Good God. Look at him. He looks like one you don't want to fuck with.
Hele, who was a World War I veteran and rancher.
Oh, that says it all right there. A World War I veteran. He don't got time for your fucking whippersnapper activity.
Ben Kanahele went to stop Suganori from escaping. Suganori shot him 3 times, at which point Ben Kanahele proceeds to pick Suganori up and throw him at a stone wall.
He's like, I fought in the big war, boy. I eat those. Like, oh my God.
His wife then bashes him in the head with a rock while Ben pulls out...
And his wife is about it too.
...his hunting knife and slits his throat.
Oh my
Which
God.
I cannot stress to you enough is the most Polynesian American shit I have ever heard in my entire life. Homie gets shot 3 times, then proceeds to pick up the armed gunman and throw him at a wall like he...
And then he tagged his wife in for some extra licks.
He's the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. You're literally fucking nothing without that plane, man. Literally. You're nothing without that plane.
After that, Yoshi,
and if you're nothing without the suit, you shouldn't have it. I'm sorry, we're done referencing Marvel. My bad.
Japanese man that was trying to help him escape would also wind up dead, and his wife Irene would end up being incarcerated for the rest of World War II.
Oh, hold on, let me run that back.
After that, Yoshi, the Japanese man that was trying to help him escape, would also wind up dead, and his wife Irene would end up being incarcerated for the rest of World War II. So
all y'all had to do was chill, but y'all sympathized with this one fuck man. Got yourselves fucked up.
Kanahele saves the day. Hooray, that's good. Bad news, this is a really, really bad look for pretty much all Japanese Americans, right? There was 2 Japanese Americans present, and they elected to side with the Imperial Japanese that were attacking America. And this winds up being one of the main catalysts and excuses for the American government discriminating against American citizens that had Japanese ancestry. But
yeah, bro, but like, that should have been something that as the government, you should have been reactive to. not proactive on, because some of these people, they left Japan for a reason. They left that country for a reason and instead decided that they wanted to spend their lives here in America. Like, no one forced them to come here. We didn't fuck. It's not like we bought them, right? We didn't. No, they came here on their own, and then we do that to them, bro. That's like, and the fact that some of them weren't even all that mad, bro, and they still helped us. That's like that. That speaks more about their character than our character.
By January 1942, the Hawaiian National Guard released all of its soldiers that had Japanese ancestry and basically just kicked them out of the army, which is kind of a big deal because at this point in time, like 40% of the Hawaiian population actually had Japanese ancestry. Then by February 19th, 1942, FDR would sign Executive Order 9066, which effectively suspended all of the constitutional rights of any Japanese American, ordered them to sell their homes, sell their businesses for a much lower value than they were actually worth, and then they were supposed to report to an internment camp for the duration of World War II. With a single pen stroke, 120,000 American citizens lost all of their constitutional rights and went from being a full-fledged American to a prisoner like that. Now, like I already said, I think that is...
God, dude, like, oh, it makes you mad, doesn't it? And like, you can even see it in Fat Electrician's face.
American citizens lost all of their constitutional rights and went from being a full-fledged American to a prisoner like that. Now, like,
yeah, dude, look at his face. Makes you mad, doesn't it? Like
I already said, I think that is one of the most disgusting things the American government has ever done. However, I do have to get kind of sidetracked because I have a crazy conspiracy.
Brings nothing but shame, really. Like, yeah, we did that. Well, I mean, I really do want to pass the buck. You motherfuckers did that back then. Not me, not us. That would never happen today. Under any circumstance. Not without retaliation. Not without a revolution. That's for goddamn sure. That's not happening today. So, and on top of that, bro, the people would not let that happen. There's no way. I wonder how many. I would love to know if like there's any more in-depth stories about the internment camps of Japanese. Like, did they have people try to break them out? Were there other Americans around the country that they saw this and they were like, bro, no, I'm gonna do something? Is there stories like that exist? I would love to know.
Theory about this, and it's gonna get weird, so bear with me.
Okay.
I'm gonna get real weird with it. Meanwhile, block the wind. I'm gonna roast this bone.
Jesus Christ.
I think that this inspired Star Wars, and just hear me out. The Jedi and the Sith, you know, the guys with the lightsabers, are clearly inspired by samurai. You know, they have the robes, they have the same garb, they have swords, that's their primary weapon. They're just space samurai, that's all it is. You've got the Jedi, which are the good ones, and then you've got the Sith, which are the bad ones, similar to Japanese people. You've got the Imperial Japanese, which are the bad ones, and then you have the American Japanese, which are the good ones. But then Chancellor Palpatine comes along. He is the leader of the Republic, the president, so to speak. Also worth noting, he's an elderly guy that nobody ever sees standing up. He's always sitting down.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me.
And he issues an order to get rid of all the Jedi. He gets rid of all the good guys, just like that. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Chubby Electron guy's reaching too far. He's lost his mind. Potentially, okay? But here's the linchpin in the entire argument, right? When Emperor Palpatine got rid of the Jedi, he got rid of the good guys, he executed Order 66. When FDR got rid of all the Japanese Americans, he signed Executive Order 9066. I mean, what the fuck are the odds, right?
They're on to me, dude. Those guys are sharp as nails up there. You can't put anything past them.
Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
Was the president at... I don't know.
Anyways, 120,000 Japanese American citizens end up getting thrown in concentration camps inside of America. Shitty, awful, horrible, but it's what happened. In Hawaii, however, things went a little bit different because a significant portion of the Hawaiian population was Japanese and they couldn't throw all of them in a concentration camp.
It's just to do that, bro. Oh my God, it's so narrow-minded. But back then, man, obviously back then. Because like, let's just say that like the island of Puerto Rico, where I'm from, decides to pop off with some dumb shit against America. And you put me in jail, bro. I'm not with them. Why do you think I'm here and not over there? I don't want to be over there. Why do you think my parents came here? Like, nah, don't lump me in with another motherfucker just because they're doing fuck shit. Like, if I wanted to do fuck shit, I'd be over there, but I'm not over there, am I? Right? Like, could have at least like asked these people, like, hey, are you willing to help? Like, different times, man, different times.
Otherwise, it would crash the entire Hawaiian economy. So a lot of them got to kind of live borderline normal lives. So a lot of the Japanese Americans that were previously serving in the National Guard that got released from duty end up forming what they called the Varsity Victory Volunteers, and they petitioned the Hawaiian governor, and they were like,
yo, fuck these guys out of a military career because, like, and so, I wonder how many of these Japanese Americans that were serving in the military at the time were American-born citizens, man. American-born. Their parents may not have been, but they were. So, like, could you imagine the straight-up shit show? We're on the topic now, so I'm going to talk about it. Could you imagine the straight-up shit show if after 9/11 America did the same thing? Could you imagine that? No one did that. No one even thought of that. I didn't look at my Middle Eastern counterpart Americans any differently that day than anybody else. Man, I was just like, that's fucked up. Really, it was just an awful day. Right? So like,
like, hey, look, I understand I have a Japanese ancestry, but I'm not Japanese. I'm an American.
Yeah.
I understand you're not going to let me fight and have a gun, but I still want to help with this war effort any way I can.
At least look away and let me help. That's it. I won't get in your way, but let me do something. Fuck, man. Like,
because this is my home and I want to fight for it. And the Hawaiian governor ends up letting them form this volunteer group. And essentially, they just start doing any manual labor jobs that they can do that's going to help with the war effort. They're stringing out concertina wire. They're digging ditches. They're pouring roads. They're pouring airstrips. They're doing anything and everything that gets asked of them. And this goes on for months. And then by June of 1942, the government's like, okay, I get it. You guys are loyal to America. We're going to go ahead. We're going to bring you back into the army, but you're going to be in a segregated all Japanese unit being led by white officers. You're going to be known as the 100th Infantry Battalion.
whatever. You can't have your cake.
So they take 1,500 of these young Japanese American men that are second generation Americans, also known as Nisei, and they ship them off to Fort McCoy, Wisconsin, which is completely redundant because all of them had already been in the Hawaiian National Guard and they'd already gone through Army basic training, but that's where they send them to go through it again, and they do it.
Done, drill sergeant! Why did you put that weapon together so quickly, Go?
You told me to, drill sergeant.
And while they're there, the Nisei continue to prove that they are 1,000% committed to America, despite the fact that America has given them every reason to not be. And they prove it not with just their general dedication to the task, but while they're actually there, the Army secretly sends in psychologists inside of their command structure to evaluate them, to see if they're lying, to see if they're actually dedicated to America. And all of the psychologists are like, yeah, these guys are 100% legit. They mean it when they say they're here to fight for America.
Good.
On top of that, they go above and beyond when 5 Nisei end up getting awarded the Soldier's Medal because there was some civilians that went out on a frozen lake and the ice shattered and they were going to drown, and these young Nisei went out and saved these civilians. In addition to that, 26 of them
How much more proof do you need, America? Golly.
volunteered to go be bait for attack dogs when America was trying to train dogs to be able to sniff out Japanese people for the Pacific Theater. They were literally doing anything and everything that was asked of them, regardless of how shitty of a job it was. And somewhere along the way, it becomes clear to the chain of command, like, okay, these guys are legit. We're going to give them guns and we're going to send them off into combat.
Finally.
But we're going to make sure that we send them off into the European theater. We're not going to send them into the Japanese theater for a multitude of reasons. One, if they get caught as Japanese Americans fighting against Japan, the Japanese are going to absolutely torture them to death. And
Dog, the Japanese are gonna torture an American soldier regardless what their eyes look like. They don't need to look at your face. They're gonna see your uniform, dog. They hate America at this point in time. That's a shitty excuse. You're dead regardless, man. Like, come on.
And it's going to be horrible. So A, we're going to protect them in that fashion, but B, we also don't want Japanese Americans really participating in the Pacific Theater in a combat role, because if the American soldiers that aren't Japanese get accustomed to seeing Japanese guys in an American uniform, eventually the Japanese could figure out like, hey, we're going to start taking uniforms off of dead GIs. We're going to dress up as Americans, infiltrate their...
But you have to remember that you can also do the same thing. You can take these Japanese American soldiers and you can pick up an actual Imperial Japanese uniform, and you can use these guys to infiltrate. At least that would be my idea behind it. But again, I can see why you're wanting to protect them. But bro, it's combat. You can only protect so much. Like, I get it, but like, bullets are bullets, explosions are explosions. Come on, man.
Ranks and then wreak havoc behind friendly lines.
Just be honest right now. How confident are we
I've seen this.
that we're going to be able to know who's who, right? Like,
Uniforms, man, but I get it. It's hilarious.
it's going to be the Spider-Man meme. Like,
So at this point, they send him off to Camp Shelby, Mississippi for advanced infantry training, and then FDR announces that he's going to form an even larger all-Japanese Nisei regiment, the 442nd. Now, the American government is hoping to get 4,500 volunteers to be in the 442nd Infantry Regiment, which is kind of a big ask from a community of people that you've just taken all of their civil rights away and then thrown them in a prison. And not only do they end up getting 4,500 volunteers, they get over 10,000, which is absolutely insane.
What I would have done is I would have just taken all the people that were in the internment camps. If they were what's the term? If they were a fighting-aged male, I would tell them that just, hey, fight in this war, give us your service, and when the internment is over, you're out. Realistically, you should let them out already, but like, if we're being pieces of shit, then just go ahead and do that. Make them win, allow them to earn their freedom by fighting or something for their family. It's a stupid fucking deal, but at this point, I mean, better than nothing.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you incarcerated my entire family for no other reason than the color of their skin and then asked me to go fight in a world war,
I would probably tell you to go fuck yourself, but these people are built differently than me because I'm spiteful and I hold a grudge. And you do some shit like that to me that is completely just like, but then again, for the time, bro, maybe these Japanese Americans knew that this wasn't the time to be petty about racism. It was a world war. We can argue and debate after the fact, okay? You fucked me, it's fine. We have a goal. We'll swap hands later and we'll whatever.
for you, I would probably tell you to go fuck yourself. So all 10,000 of these dudes are far bigger men than me.
Yes.
Speaking of bigger men than me, one of the volunteers is a young man by the name of Daniel Inouye, who is currently in med school trying to be a doctor. When Pearl Harbor happened, he ran to the nearest Blue Cross aid station and started working around the clock treating.
They don't make them like that anymore. I don't see any common day med student giving up their fucking career as a doctor to join the military in a time of war. Or maybe I'm not giving some of these doctors enough credit as men and women. I don't know, but I mean, I just...
the wounded. And he's been volunteering at aid stations and hospitals for months while also going to med school ever since Pearl Harbor happened. So when he goes to the draft board tells him like, no, you're too valuable where you're at. You're going to go off and become a doctor. On top of that, you're already doing a bunch of work for us stateside.
Yeah, I didn't know that they could deny you military service for that. You're too valuable as a civilian? What? Yet they were perfectly content drafting Muhammad Ali. All right.
We don't want to send you off to combat. So he's like, okay, I'll be right back. He leaves, drops out of med school, tells the hospital he's not coming back to help anymore, and then goes back to the draft board and is like, I just quit my job and I dropped out of med school. Fucking send me.
I'm officially worthless. Send me to the military. What a guy. All right.
So they end up sending him, and he ships off with the rest of the 442nd Infantry Regiment.
I think that's crazy, though. You're too valuable as a civilian. We're not gonna take your service. That had to have been an old school rule because, again, I mean, hell, they took Pat Tillman. He was an NFL football player for the Arizona Cardinals. That's wild.
For basic training 2 days later. While the 442nd ship off to get their training started, the 100th Infantry Battalion is finishing up their advance.
The military would take anybody today. Especially if you're famous, because guess what? They're going to turn you into a fucking poster child. For real.
It's training at Camp Shelby, Mississippi. They are then sent off to North Africa, and they get there in September of 1943. So they land in Oran, which is a major port city in Algeria, and from there they get attached to the 34th Infantry Division, aka the Red Bulls, in particular the 133rd Infantry Regiment, aka the Iron Men, which, cool part, that's my old unit. Not so cool part, the commander is kind of a dickhead because when he has his greeting speech to the 100th Infantry Battalion, he openly refers to them as the guinea pigs from Pearl Harbor. And not that I'm trying to defend Commander Mark Clark for calling them guinea pigs, I'm absolutely not. But to put it into a little bit of context, a lot of people have a lot of doubts that the Nisei soldiers are going to be effective on the battlefield, okay? The average Nisei soldier at this point in time was between 5'4" and 5'6" and weighed somewhere between 120 and 140 pounds. And they just...
Which is hilarious because you literally just described most artillery dudes that I came across in the military. Those exact parameters. The height, the weight, the size, most artillerymen, lots of infantrymen that I met in the military were that size. No bigger than me, really. I'm 5'11", but small dudes, really. In really physically demanding jobs like artillery and like tankers and shit. You know how many small dudes I saw as tankers, man? And I was just like, you really had to prove it to somebody, didn't you? But nah, still, it's funny that he says that because those are kind of the specifications of today, man. The military of today, they don't want you to be the size of John Cena. They don't want you to be the size of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. They want you to be, man, the size of me, really. I mean, special operations is a different story, but...
just got attached to the 34th Infantry Division, which is based out of the Midwest. Okay, the 34th Infantry Division, by and large today, but especially back then, was almost nothing but 185-pound corn-fed white boys with machine guns that grew up on a farm. So they're looking at these dudes with a smaller stature like, what do you guys really think you're going to do on this battlefield? Why are you even here?
Hey, dude.
Look at that.
Some of these small fucking guys, bro, you just have no idea.
He's making me cry.
If the Nisei want respect, they're going to have to prove themselves. And from the second they step foot in combat, that's exactly what they did because they started kicking ass right outside of Salerno, Italy when they first saw combat.
I took a combatives class when I was stationed in Italy. I did combatives level 1 and I never went back for combatives level 2. Just didn't fucking feel like it. But I took combatives level 1 and I was doing pretty good and I was like facing off against like other soldiers and stuff like that. And there was this one soldier, he was a cook, I believe, in the same combatives class as me. And homie was literally half my size. And he fucking ran it up on me in combatives. I could not do anything against this guy. I was stronger than him, yeah, physically. But like, he was so fast and his technique and like just, he just knew more than I did, man. And just like, he was just very limber and just, it was like fighting a fucking greyhound. It was really fast-ass dogs and shit. I was like, I couldn't keep my hands on him, and like, fighting someone bigger than me or my size was a lot easier than fighting this fucker on the ground. And I was like, I can't with this little fucking guy. I don't want to go against him next time. Thank you, please.
Their first week of combat, they drove the Germans back 15 miles per day, every single day. These guys were fearless on the battlefield. In a matter of a couple of months, they had completely changed the opinions of absolutely everybody that encountered them. Mark Clark, the same commander...
Should have never fucking had to, but we're here. Better late than never.
That referred to them as guinea pigs, sent a note up the chain of command saying, hey, when that 442nd Infantry Regiment's done training, I want them too. These Nisei fighters are fucking awesome. When the Des Moines Register, the biggest newspaper back home in Iowa, wrote an article being critical of the Nisei being attached to the 34th Infantry Division, the members of the 34th Infantry Division wrote a letter to their editor. And I quote, "We're Iowa boys of the 34th Division. We have fought side by side with the boys of Japanese descent. We know plenty of folks that call themselves Americans that have done much less to prove they give a hang about their country. There have been times when these Japanese, as you call them, have saved many lives only because they have proven themselves."
That's how military used profanity back then. Americans that have done much less to prove they give a hang. These days, it's just give a fiddler's fuck. Yeah, they got a letter from the E4 Mafia talking about, hey, listen, respectfully, shut the fuck up.
Better Americans than some that were not of Japanese descent. So not only are the Nisei of the 100th Infantry beating the Nazis, they are also winning over hearts and minds left and right, and they're just getting warmed up. All right, by January of 1944, the 100th and the rest of the Allied...
Not only are they doing that, but like they're also bridging that divide. They're bridging that divide between Japanese Americans and just other Americans. And I'm pretty sure that before this happened, no one had a problem with Japanese Americans, but you know how ignorant certain people can be. And these soldiers were changing the minds of these would-be ignorant people like, oh man, actually, I should probably stop listening to the news, man. And they're not bad people at all. Duh, man, they're American.
Forces have advanced through North Africa and they have come up to the German Gustav Line. The Gustav Line is effectively the line in the sand that Germany has drawn where they are not going to let the Allied forces advance past this point. It is heavily fortified, they have the high ground, they have all the advantages, and they are going to fight tooth and nail to not let Allied forces penetrate through this line into Europe. And one of the most...
Yeah, well, America has the very first iteration of rooftop Korean, so... let's see how it goes.
Vital areas of the Gustav Line is where the 100th Infantry is at. It's at Monte Cassino. Cassino is a small town, and then above it, on a humongous hill overlooking the town, is an old monastery that the Germans have turned into a massive fortress.
Damn.
And not only that, they've went and chopped down all the trees on the hills and the ground in front of the monastery.
That way they can see you coming. You can't sneak up on this place at all.
Knock down all the buildings, so there's absolutely nothing to provide cover or concealment in case they assault. So you're pretty much running through an open field uphill into German machine gun fire if you try to take this position, and that's exactly what America's gonna do.
God, that seems like a worse deal than the fucking beaches of Normandy. Ugh. They just had to walk on. This is uphill in the fucking open, middle of nowhere, bare no man's land. Can you provide me with a couple of craters that I can hop to, please, enemy? Damn.
Do anyways, because it's the only option. And because the 100th Infantry, which I'm now going to refer to by their nickname, the One Puka Puka, because it's easier for me to say, has developed a reputation for being both fearless and willing to take on any challenge, they are selected to lead the first assault on Monte Cassino. January 17th, 1944 at midnight, Alpha and Charlie Company of the One Puka Puka are going to take off, advance up this hill. They fight all the way up this hill and make it to the outer stone walls of this monastery where they get pinned down and they continue to fight all night long. They're taking heavy casualties, they're running out of ammunition. It is straight up not a good time. They need more ammo. But now it's broad daylight out, so they're gonna have to send in reinforcements. So they send in Bravo Company of the One Puka Puka. But if they go out in broad daylight up this hill with no cover, they're gonna get absolutely mowed down. So they drop a bunch of smoke. Bravo Company starts advancing through the smoke, and then the wind shifts and blows all the smoke away, and they get just utterly destroyed. Of the 187 men of Bravo Company, only 14 of them end up making it to the wall.
The same problems that plagued the idea of mustard gas on the battlefield, because you never know which way the wind is gonna blow. It plagued them here with simply just using smoke grenades. That's rough. That's so unfortunate. That's so unlucky. Yeah. I forget what country or what battle it was where they deployed gas on the battlefield, but the wind blew the gas back towards the people that administered the gas and it fucked them up. It may have been the Germans. I can't remember. I'd have to actually go back and Google that.
Wall. After taking that many casualties and running out of ammunition and having fought all night already, they are finally ordered to withdraw. A couple of weeks later, the Allied forces launch another major attack on Monte Cassino and the Gustav Line. This time, the One Puka Puka is ordered to take Castle Hill, a neighboring hill to the monastery that's of vital importance to be able to cut off support. The Nisei actually managed to fight their way up the hill and take the top of the hill, and they managed to hold it for 4 straight days, fighting their asses off, but then eventually the flanks of the 34th Infantry end up collapsing, and they're about to get completely surrounded and stuck on top of this hill, at which point they are ordered to withdraw again. By this point, the 100th Infantry Battalion has lost 50% of their men, and they are ordered to the rear where they can recuperate.
You're probably thinking at this point, just like I'm thinking, this is a really important hill, right? This is a really important objective, right? Fuck is air support? At this point, they've done the damn thing valiantly and almost without a hitch. It's just they can't break through. Man, where is air support at this point? Or was that not part of the battle plan at all whatsoever? This is strictly an on-the-ground assault. Because get some air support, man. You could at least provide some cover for these troops to get somewhat closer without experiencing so much pushback.
And pick up reinforcements to replenish their ranks. People start referring to them as the Purple Heart Battalion and the Little Men of Iron, a play on the 133rd Infantry Regiment's Iron Men nickname. After a brief recuperation, they are then sent to a different spot on the Gustav Line near Anzio, and this spot of the line is essentially World War I-esque warfare. Each team has their trench, and there's just no man's land in between. For 2 months straight, all they do is sit inside their trenches and their foxholes. They fight all night and they sleep all day. The one Puka Puka starts referring to it as Dracula days. They sleep during the day, they draw blood at night. While the one Puka Puka is there is a third major attack on Monte Cassino by other allied forces that also fails. At this point, the chain of...
I just want you guys to, like, understand, like, the mental toughness that you have to sit in a fucking trench for 2 to 4 straight months. Firefights every single day. And then, I don't even know how the fuck you sleep. Because if I'm in that trench for 3 straight months, dude, I don't even know how you sleep. Because you're in that trench and you're just like, huh. What if one of the enemy decides that he wants to get ballsy, says fuck it, and he wants to try to sneak into one of our trenches and kill as many of us as he can. Yeah, he'll die, but he'll take a whole bunch of us out. Like, that would be the first thing. That would be at the forefront of my mind every time. I don't even know how you sleep, man. Level of mental toughness and just like, ugh.
The command's getting restless, they're pissed, they need to break through the German Gustav Line, and eventually they come to the conclusion, fuck it, we're just gonna pick a point where we're gonna attack, and we're gonna hit that singular point along the line with absolutely everything we've got. The problem is, the Germans have massive tank units in the area too, and they need to know where those tank units are, because if they decide to attack at a singular point, and that's the point where there's a bunch of German tanks, it's not gonna go that great for the Allied forces. So they need to figure this out, otherwise this is gonna be a humongous gamble. At this point, a member of the
Know what's on the other side of the door before you open the door. Yeah.
The one Puka Puka steps forward and goes to the chain of command because he's got an idea, and that man is Lieutenant Young Ok Kim. And Young Ok Kim is already a complete badass. He's already earned a Silver Star and a Purple Heart, and he's coming to the chain of command with this crazy idea. But what's most interesting about Young Ok Kim is he's one of the very few people in the one Puka Puka that's not Japanese. And that's because he's an officer, and typically the officers were white men, but in Young Ok Kim's case, he was Korean. Now, as I'm sure you can imagine, the racial tensions between Japanese people and Koreans during World War II was pretty high, considering the Japanese had invaded Korea and were committing atrocities there. Because of this...
Oh, wow. That completely slipped my mind, actually. I made that rooftop Korean joke earlier. All right. So, he's Korean. A lot of his troops underneath him are Japanese. I don't really think that matters to them. But let's see.
Prior to deploying with the one Puka Puka, the chain of command pulled Young Ok Kim aside and they were like, hey, we understand that Japan is invading Korea. There's racial tensions between Japanese and Korean people. If you want, we can give you different orders and have you attached to a different...
No. No need. I'm an American soldier, man. That's it. I'm not Korean. I'm not Japanese today. I'm an American soldier.
Different unit, to which Young Ok Kim replied, and I quote, there are no Japanese nor Koreans here. We're Americans and we're fighting for the same cause. So Young Ok Kim is just a complete badass. And he goes to the chain of command and he's like, look, you need somebody to go behind enemy lines and figure out where these tank units are. Here's my plan. You guys keep attacking at night with these major formations. It's obvious. They know we're coming at night. Why don't you send me and one other guy behind enemy lines in broad daylight? I will sneak back there. I will capture a German soldier, drag him back. We can interrogate him and figure out where these tank units are, and then we'll know where to attack.
You serious?
Okay, now right out of the gate, that's kind of a stupid idea, right? You're really going to go behind no man's land, capture an enemy soldier, drag him back without getting caught and killed. But the Allied forces are desperate, so they're like, you know what? It might work. And if it works, it's not that stupid. They give him the green light and he sets off to do it. May 16th, Lieutenant Kim and PF.
If it fails, you're right back where you started, and you're only down 2 soldiers, 1 officer. Not a terrible loss. It's low risk, huge reward. I would have greenlit this too.
See Irving Akahoshi crawl through no man's land through an open wheat field in broad daylight, crawl all the way behind enemy lines where they find a German unit that had been up all night manning their machine guns.
So
they then stalk them further behind enemy lines and watch them as they eat dinner, breakfast, whatever they're eating at this point in time. Watch them eat and then fall asleep. And then when 2 dudes go to, be the guards, they stalk them. And then they end up sitting there and waiting till they fall asleep. And they wake them up by shoving their guns in their mouths so they can't scream. Kim and Akahoshi then take their 2 German prisoners, smuggle them back through no man's land, behind friendly lines, turn the prisoners over, they get interrogated, they gather the intel as to where the German tank units are, and define the battle plans for the entire Allied advance.
God, that's... I can't imagine being the Germans. Those 2 German soldiers. Just like, and that's why they tell you, you never fall asleep on guard duty. That right there, if that right there is not enough for you as a current service member, if you're watching this video, if that right there is not enough for you to stay awake your damn self on guard duty, I mean, dog. They teach you this and they drill it into your head so fucking hard in basic training, dude. And these drill sergeants will completely fuck your whole world up, dog, if they catch you sleeping at your post because of shit like that. The Germans are going to lose right here. They're going to lose this battle because 2 soldiers fell asleep. So that's how important it is, man.
48 hours later, after setting off on his mission, the Allied forces launched their attack in Monte Cassino Falls on May 18th. Lieutenant Young Ok Kim is then awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, the 2nd highest award in the American military. And as
they lost such a crazy good strategic location because 2 soldiers fell asleep. I mean, dude. And hey, I get it. I get it, dude. I completely understand. I've been on guard duty before. 12, 15, 18, 27 hours, man. I've been there. Fucking just like you just feel like you're going to die of exhaustion. Like if you close your eyes, you feel like you're dead, right? Just like I've been there, man, but it's either you stay awake or this happens to you, man. What's even funnier is thinking about the other Germans waking up like, where's Hans and Franz? I didn't even think about that. Yo, where did they go? Or better yet, because it's Germans, they wake up and they're just like, oh, not again. We lost 2 more. Because it's Germany. And they always talk about how fucking amazing they are, but in reality, they were very inferior of a military, too. It's like... Okay, yeah.
Getting that pinned on his chest, Commander Mark Clark looks down and sees his 1st lieutenant rank, and then points over to a captain nearby and is like, you, Mayor. Captain approaches, he rips the captain rank off of this guy and pins Lieutenant Young Ok Kim as a captain as well. Cutting back to the rest of the One Puka Puka over at Anzio, they also...
I've never heard of something like that happening ever. In the history of time. Even in my military service, I think I could ask my father in all of his 15 years if he ever saw something like that, and he would say no. Bro, what? That's crazy. Hey, Captain, come here. Give me that fucking rank here. You deserve this so much more. Like, oh my god. And maybe that wasn't the sentiment, but like, if I was that other captain that just got my rank ripped off, like, I get it, but like I'm still feeling a certain kind of way about it. Like, Man, I could have went and got you one. You could have asked. We got some more in the office. Fucking like.
Coordinated the attack with the 4th Battle of Monte Cassino, so that if Monte Cassino fell, they were also going to launch their offensive, hopefully driving the Germans back, so that they broke the Gustav line in 2 locations. That way, they could advance forward and in and either crush the Germans in the middle, or the Germans would be forced to retreat. And that's exactly what ended up happening. And not only that, the 1 Puka Puka was the lead element of the Anzio breakout.
The guys you were trying to bench ended up being your star players.
So now the Allied forces are chasing the Germans as they advance towards Rome, and the 1 Puka Puka is out front. And as they get near Rome, they're like 15 miles outside of Rome. They are going to be the first Americans to set foot in a major European capital as the Allied forces capture it. They are ordered to stand down as they peel off the side of the road and just kind of hang out in the ditch, and they don't know what's going on. And then other American units start catching up, and then they keep marching, and they keep marching into Rome. And now the 1 Puka Puka is not the first into Rome, and it dawns on them, they pulled us off to the side because they didn't want a bunch of Japanese dudes being the first Americans
I was just about to say it. I was just about to
capture a major European capital. They never even got to set foot in Rome. They were ordered to go link up with the new Nisei.
If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be marching here to be... It's a team effort. It's a team effort. Got to keep reminding yourself, it's a team effort, but man, come on.
Unit, the 442nd Infantry Regiment, and they would be absorbed into that unit now instead. From here, the 1 Puka Puka still kind of retained its identity as the 100th Infantry Battalion, but they are just now one of 3 battalions inside of the 442nd Infantry Regiment. And their new unit slogan is one of the best and most famous slogans in military history, "Go for broke," which is a Hawaiian slang term that basically means I'm going all in. I'm pushing all my chips into the table, because that's exactly how these guys felt. They're all in this shitty situation where their former homeland is attacking them and their new home seemingly doesn't want them. So they're picking their side
hard.
And they're going all in. From here, the 442nd is ordered to head north and take over a town called Suvareto, and this is going to be the first major military operation that they get to conduct by themselves. This is the ultimate point that they get to prove themselves, where they can say, we did that alone and nobody else helped. And they do it with surgical precision. They end up taking the 2nd and 3rd battalions of the 442nd Infantry Regiment, and they attack the front of the town, and then they send the 1st Battalion, the 1 Puka Puka, around the backside to flank their retreat. Now, 2nd and 3rd Battalion, this is the first time they've seen combat. These guys are green. They just got out of training. So the Germans actually end up launching a semi-successful counterattack, but the 1 Puka Puka, 1st Battalion, sees it happening, and they instantly, without orders, adjust, go through, and they flank the Germans from the side, completely crushing them and taking over the entire town. From here, the 34th Infantry Division continues to advance deeper into Europe, and the 442nd alongside them is credited with over 1,100 confirmed kills and capturing 331 German prisoners of war. They then come up on
Golly, dude.
Confirmed kills and capturing
fucking kids capturing kids, dude. Ugh. Ugh, look how young these German kids look. 17, 18. Specifically this kid right here. Good God, he just looks like one really tall 12-year-old, doesn't he?
331 German prisoners of war. They then come up on another German defensive line where the Germans have dug themselves in, called Hill 40, which they end up nicknaming Little Casino because of how hard the Germans resisted, and the town of Castanella. 442nd leads the assault on Little Casino because, like it or not, they are now pretty much America's premier fighting force when the situation is running uphill into enemy gunfire and winning anyways. They battle the Germans for 3 days straight and end up taking Hill 140, aka Little Casino, which is ironic because their entire motto is about gambling big and going for broke, and every single time they manage to win.
Oh no! I'm ruined!
From here, the 442nd goes on R&R for a little while. Then they get called back in. They are going to go into France, and they are getting detached from the 34th Infantry Division, and they are getting reattached to the 36th Infantry Division out of Texas. They travel 500 miles by foot and rail into France. They link up with the Texans, and they go back into battle. Now, combat from here, the terrain's completely different. They're in the Vosges Mountains. This combat is brutal. They're in heavily wooded forests, and every time they have to take a hill with Germans on top of it, the Germans retreat, run down the hill, run right fight up another hill, and then they have to fight up the high ground again.
That's
it's
annoying.
absolutely miserable.
That's
and the
annoying.
first thing they need to do is they need to take over a town called Broyers, and in order to do that, they have to take over all the hills surrounding the town. There's 4 big ones, A, B, C, and D. The 442nd is in charge of taking over all the hills, while the rest of the 36th Infantry goes in.
This is a lot to take over. Holy shit. Doesn't look that big from where we're looking at it, but that's a lot of ground to cover. Fuck. But they got battalions though, so it's I never fought with a force as big as a battalion, man, ever. Not in my 2 deployments. Everything I did was at a platoon level. I never had anything bigger than a platoon size element. It 1 or 2 times it was a company size element, depending on the mission, but like it's a lot, man. Holy shit.
And takes over the town. 442nd goes to work, they do their thing, they run uphill into German machine gun fire, take the hills anyways on A, B, and C. But on D, the Germans are putting up a hell of a fight. This battle goes on for hours.
It's probably because they were like, fuck all these other points, we're just gonna focus on the only one that matters, the most strategical one. And that's what they did, I think.
It's just a seesaw battle of they drive up the hill, they get driven back down, they drive up, they get driven back down. It is yard by yard brutal combat. They're taking heavy casualties. There's finally a lull in the battle. There's not a wave going up. And normally, all the combat they've been experienced to at this time, the Germans have been pretty respectful of the rules of war, right? When you're not launching an attack, you send out the medics go out there, they pick up the casualties, they pick up the dead, they bring them back, they get everybody taken care of. You extend the enemy the same courtesy. That's usually how it's gone at this point. But now, the Germans are getting desperate because D-Day has already happened.
They're gonna start shooting medics.
And shit is hitting the fan, and they are no longer playing by the rules. The 442nd doesn't know that, so they send the medics out. The medics go, they lay out the litter, they grab a guy that's been shot, still alive, probably gonna survive. His name's Abe Ohama. They get him on the litter, and they start carrying him back, and then the Germans open up on the medics and the wounded with machine gun fire. Abe Ohama, while he was on the litter, was struck again and immediately killed. Seeing this, the rest of the 442nd
You poked the bear. You did it. You did it. You poked the bear. But, I mean, if you're the Germans, you're losing ground rapidly. It makes sense to do that because if you kill the medics can't heal the wounded. And if you can't heal the wounded, that's just going to destroy your efforts, man. And you can't really push without medics because then it's a losing battle. So, but if you can't kill all the medics at once, doing this is very ill-advised because once you throw out all of the rules, that means that they're not going to be playing by the rules. And now it comes down to who can violate the rules the absolute worst. And America's pretty good at that. I know from experience.
Prompted, without orders, pissed off, gets on their feet, and charges the hill while screaming, takes the entire hill, killing 50 Germans and capturing another 7 as POWs.
You could have just not fucked around and found out, but that's what you decided to do. There you go.
42nd has just conducted what is very reminiscent of a Japanese bonsai charge, and it's practice that they're going to need for later. From here, the rest of the 36th Infantry goes in, they take over Broyers, and the 442nd renames Hill D Ohama's Hill.
Nice.
At this point, the 442nd has been fighting nonstop for weeks on end, so they're finally sent back to the rear for R&R. And the second they get there, it's like 2 a.m. in the morning, they immediately get told there's an emergency, they got to turn back around and head back to the front line. The commander of the 36th Infantry, General Dahlquist, somehow got placed in charge of an entire infantry division and had never actually been in combat. In addition to that, men that served underneath him said he seemed to care more about being the first unit into Germany than he did about actually taking care of his guys and keeping them alive. These factors would culminate and come to a head on October 24th, 1944, when he would order the 1st Battalion of the 141st Infantry Regiment to overextend into German lines, and they would then be engulfed and completely surrounded by an entire German division. To put that into perspective, if you don't know military unit sizes, that's about 300 men surrounded by about
upwards of like thousands.
6,000. So while the 442nd is making their way back to the front lines, General Dahlquist orders the 1st and 2nd Battalion of the 141st Infantry to go in and save their buddies. They go, they try fighting, they end up getting pushed back. And here's the kicker. The Germans just think that the Americans are trying to break through the line. They don't know that the Americans are freaking out because there's an entire battalion surrounded. They have no idea that 1st Battalion is up above them on a ridge. But from the American perspective, they think obviously the Germans know that. So they're like, oh shit, we can't punch through the line to go save them.
So the Germans don't know that the Americans have overextended. And the Americans are freaking out because they think that the Germans realized their mistake.
Better start airdropping in ammunition, food, and water so they can stay up on that ridge and fight as long as possible. So they go and try to airdrop a bunch of supplies to them. The airdrop gets caught by the wind and goes off course, and then the Germans are like, wait a minute, why the fuck are the Americans airdropping supplies to us? Oh shit, we have an entire battalion surrounded.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
So now they start attacking the Lost Battalion 2. The 440.
You gave yourself away with that airdrop.
Second makes it to the front line on October 28th. Now, in hindsight, some of the Nisei feel they were sent in particular because they were deemed expendable, and if they all died, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. However, a lot of the
Welcome to the military, man. It's not just the Japanese Americans. They treat all soldiers like that. What do you mean? Come on now. I get what you mean, though. Get where you're coming from.
The other Nisei like to believe they were sent in because they were the best. So the 442nd goes in, and it is absolutely brutal. The Germans have minefields all over the fucking place. They have fortified machine gun positions. So the Lost Battalion's up here. The 442nd has to approach from here. There's the German.
Okay. The Lost Texas Battalion is the one that's overextended, isn't it? I think. So this is actually not a bad look if you think about it. Because the Germans have two choices here. They can fight the Texas Battalion, but they're turning their back on 2nd and 3rd. Or they can brace for 2nd and 3rd Battalion to attack, but they're going to get flanked by the Texas Battalion. So whoever they decide to fight, they're going to be turning their back on somebody. And when you turn your back on somebody, you best believe they're fucking moving, bro. They are. So just depends on how they move here. Let's see.
German line in between, and then off to the side is Hill 617 that also has a bunch of Germans on it, overlooking the approach to the German line. So they're just getting machine gun fire and mortars rained down on them from absolutely everywhere. For the first 2 days, the 442nd advances like a couple hundred yards. Every time they peek out from behind a tree or stick their head up out of a foxhole, anytime they leave cover, they're getting shot at. They can't move. They're completely pinned down. Damn. After 2 days of being essentially paralyzed on the battlefield, the 442nd, the Nisei decide they're going to live up to their motto, go for broke. They're just going to fucking send it.
They stun-locked them for 3 straight days and realized, yo, these fuckers can't do shit. Go. Blitz. Pretty much.
Here's the plan. They've got 3 battalions. They're going to send one of them up to Hill 617. They're going to take that hill, wipe the Germans off the top of it. Then they're going to come back down the hill, rejoin the other 2 battalions, and then they're going to launch a full-on assault and penetrate the German line and save the Texans. 3rd Battalion gets the order. They're going to launch their...
Oh, okay. Texans are pinned. I felt like the Texans could have at least done something, maybe. I'm not sure. I feel like from their position, any time that the Germans would turn around to fight the other 2 battalions, they would at least be trying to maneuver or something, but maybe they just couldn't.
Their attack on Hill 617 first, at which point the 3rd Battalion commander grabs his Colt 45 pistol and says, okay, boys, let's go. Nobody moves. Nobody wants to...
Wait, hold on.
Assault and penetrate the German line and save the Texans. 3rd Battalion gets the order. They're going to launch their attack on Hill 617 first, at which point the 3rd Battalion commander grabs his Colt 45 pistol and says, okay, boys, let's go. Nobody moves.
They ain't following you, bro. Not after these fucking shenanigans that you pulled where you're... I don't know what you're doing. And that's the thing. You've never been to combat before. You don't know what you're doing. And sadly, what you learned at West Point is not going to help you here. if that's where he went. I don't know. He's an officer, very high rank. Can't remember the rank, but experience over rank. Experience over rank. I will take every single time. And your rank doesn't mean shit all the time.
Nobody wants to get out of their foxhole or poke their head out from behind their tree. If they get up, they're going to get shot. This is absolutely crazy. After that, a couple of moments go by, probably the longest couple of moments in human history. It's just dead quiet. Nobody wants to move. And eventually, Second Lieutenant Edward Davis, the last officer in his company, stands up and gets on his feet as all the other Nisei are looking at him like he's crazy. And he turns to his highest ranking NCO, Sergeant Kohashi, and asks him, doesn't order him, he asks him, will you go with me? Sergeant Kohashi leaps up onto his feet, screams a battle cry, and starts running up the hill. And all of the other Nisei do the exact same thing as they have a full frontal assault up this hill. Some of the men even sarcastically screamed, "Bonsai," both making fun of the Japanese that do this and making fun of the situation as a whole, literally being a smartass in the face of death. They take heavy casualties, but within an hour, they've cleared all the Germans off the top of Hill 617. They then split up that battalion and sent
They were like, no, sir, we're not going to follow you, but we'll follow this fucking guy.
some of the companies back down to rejoin the other two battalions as they begin their assault towards the German line. And those companies that come down from the hill bring the same energy with them, and they launch another bonsai charge straight at the German line. Worth noting, one of the men that was in this charge was Daniel Inouye. Remember the kid we talked about earlier that dropped out of med school to go be part of the 442nd?
Oh, yeah.
He is in this charge going in to rescue the lost battalion. And as he's charging towards the German line, he gets shot in the chest. But he carries $2 silver in his front breast pocket for good luck, and they literally deflect the bullet and save his life. The 442nd then proceeds.
I'm sure that fucking hurt like crazy, though, man. At the very least, got a cracked sternum or something.
To fight and break through the German line, and what happens next is probably one of the coolest moments in human history. Cutting back to the Lost Battalion, they've been surrounded and fighting for their lives for the past 5.
That's why they couldn't do anything. Okay, I was sitting here thinking like, well, if they're having to deal with 2nd and 3rd Battalion while they're dealing with them, that would mean that y'all have some time to breathe, but probably not. They probably kept them pinned down because they weren't gonna let them get the fuck out of that. If I was the Germans, I wouldn't let them get out of it either. So that's what the Germans did. They instead decided to focus their attention on the battalion that was pinned because they don't want that battalion to get free. They already know that battalion is too far in, right? So let's try to kill a sure thing instead of fighting something that we may not fucking win. Let's just focus on the Texas battalion. Got it. That was their move, and that's why they haven't been able to really help the other two battalions, even though from a bird's eye view, technically, if they coordinated better, they could assault the Germans on all fronts, but that wasn't possible.
5 days. They're starving, they're dehydrated, they're low on ammunition, and there's this 19-year-old Texan kid in his defensive perimeter with his gun pointed outward, just waiting for the Germans to come and get him. There's fog, there's smoke, he can't see shit, and off in the distance he sees a silhouette approaching, and it's getting closer, and it's getting closer, but the silhouette's not shooting at him, so he doesn't shoot at them. And as it gets closer, he can start to see the person through the smoke, and it's a Japanese guy in an American uniform, Private First Class Matt Sakamoto. And as he gets closer, he stops, and Matt Sakamoto and this young Texan kid are looking at each other, and this Texas kid's lip starts quivering, and he starts tearing up. He's just had his life saved by this Nisei soldier.
Yeah.
And then Matt Sakamoto, in the coolest thing ever, just reaches in his pocket and pulls out a package of Lucky Strike cigarettes, one for himself, and goes, "You want to smoke?"
That's
and
great.
a couple seconds after that, the rest of the Nisei come walking through the smoke, and they've rescued the Lost Battalion. 64 men of the Lost Battalion were killed in combat. 211 of them were saved by the 442nd. To save those men, the 442nd sustained 800 casualties, 120 dead, and 680 wounded. And it is at this point that a rational person that's maybe never served in the military would ask, is that even worth it? Should they have went in there to rescue them if it costs that much? And the answer is unequivocally yes. And it's not because the Nisei were expendable or that they were worth less than the Texans. It's
You don't leave fallen soldiers behind. If you're in a position to help them or recover them, even if they're dead, you don't leave their bodies behind. you try at the very least. You don't say, "Oh fuck it, they're gone." That's not the way it works. I get that there's certain circumstances where you will have to cut your losses, but on top of this being a strategic location, bro, fuck it. This was just all of the right things all the stars aligned for them to operate this way. And yes, it was absolutely 100% worth it. And it was absolutely 100% needed. And funny enough, if you don't allow the Japanese to serve at this time, if you stay hard-headed and ignorant, this victory may not even happen. That battalion's lost. Everyone in that battalion's lost. Had it not been for, so...
Because nobody's expendable. When you join the United States Army, when you become a soldier, they make you say the Soldier's Creed over and over and over again ad nauseum. And in the Soldier's Creed, it says, I will always place the mission first. I will never accept defeat. I will never quit. I will never leave a fallen comrade. And those aren't just
dead or alive. It doesn't matter. You carry his dead fucking corpse. You carry his dead body. It doesn't matter. Alive or dead, you go back for them. That's it. And if you die in the process, man, that's the job description. That's the job description. That's the values that you have. That's the values that you have, right? So you do it, man, because if it were you, you would pray to whatever God you pray to that your battle buddies are en route to save you. That's why you do it.
Words that they make you say because they sound good. No, it's a promise to the person to the left and the right of you that no matter how bad shit gets, we're going to come to get you because you're one of us. You're not just some number on a spreadsheet that we can plug into a mathematical calculation and determine if you're worth saving or not. No, you're an American soldier and we're coming to fucking get you.
You're goddamn right.
And there's never been a better embodiment of this principle than the 442nd Rescuing the Lost Battalion. Because not only did they live up to the ideal of you're one of us, we're coming to get you no matter what, they also, in doing so, proved that they are one of them. The Nisei, the outsiders, the Japanese that nobody can trust, proved irrefutably that they're not Japanese, they're not outsiders, they're just Americans. They're one of us. Okay, now, finally, after getting pulled off of R&R almost immediately to go save the day and rescue the Lost Battalion, they are then finally sent to southern France where they can actually have some R&R. And from November till March, they're on a security detail that's relatively low impact. They get to rest, recuperate, they get their ranks replenished, and this is referred to as the Champagne Campaign. Then in April of 1945, the Allied forces finally make it to the German Gothic Line, their last-ditch effort of defenses inside of Italy. It is heavily fortified, and like everything else the Germans made, it's believed to be impenetrable.
That's actually hilarious.
So the Allied forces called up the A-Team. They bring in the 442nd. Nothing has fucking stopped these guys yet. This probably isn't going to stop them either. And because they're the best guys, they're going to get the toughest mission. They are assigned to attack one of the mountain strong points of the entire Gothic line. Literally, the most impenetrable part, that's where the 442nd is going to attack. Now, the reason the chain of command did this is they wanted to use the 442nd as a diversionary attack, right? They're going to have the 442nd attack this super strong point. That way, the Germans are going to send all of their reinforcement troops to this strong point to hold that point, right? And then once all the reserve troops are there fighting the 442nd, because these guys aren't going to give up, and hell, they might win anyways, they're going to be able to attack a weaker part in the Gothic line and punch through. However, nobody told the 442nd that, so the 442nd treats it not as a diversionary attack, but as a main attack, and they punch through the strongest point with reinforcements anyways in a single day.
You planned. It worked.
And during that attack on April 1st, 1945, the main character that's been there all along would finally emerge. Daniel Inouye, the 18-year-old kid that dropped out of medical school and put his dreams of becoming a surgeon on hold to go off and fight for his country. Daniel Inouye, the guy that helped save the Lost Battalion and had his life saved by $2 silver when he was shot in the chest, had ended up getting promoted in the field to a lieutenant and was now leading an entire platoon. During the attack on the Gothic line, Daniel Inouye's platoon gets pinned down by 3 German machine gun nests with MG-42s, the most terrifying machine gun of World War II. With his entire company pinned down, Daniel decides that he's going to live up to the unit motto of go for broke, and he's going to do some gangster shit. Advancing by himself, he gets shot in the stomach, fights through it, gets to the German machine gun nest, hits it with a grenade, blows it up, immediately shifts to go to the next German machine gun nest, makes it all the way there, throws another grenade in that one, takes out the Germans there as well. He then crawls up to the third German machine gun nest, gets within 10 yards, grabs his grenade, pulls the pin. He's just holding down the spoon, winds back to throw it, and the German inside the nest shoots him with an anti-personnel grenade that hits him directly in the elbow. He was so close that the grenade didn't have time to arm itself, and it is just the blunt force trauma of a massive grenade flying at him that severs the majority of his arm. His men...
But his arm was still holding that grenade. What happens there?
Immediately leap up to help him, but he screams at them to stay under cover because he's worried that that arm that he's not in control of anymore is going to relax and let go of the spoon on that grenade. And
unless on some crazy shit, the severing happens so fast that the arm never let go, and it's just bam. Now imagine with his other arm, he picks up the arm that's holding the grenade and throws it at the German and kills him. I swear to God, I'll shit if that happens.
And kill him and even more of his men, so he orders them to stay back. In his own words, and I quote, "I looked at my right hand and it was gone. The grenade was still there, clenched in a fist that suddenly wasn't a part of me anymore. I pried it out with my left hand and threw it. That grenade hits its target, and Daniel Inouye has just taken out a third German machine gun nest, both left-handed and single-handedly.
Bro, what is that? What's that called? That's called something in Call of Duty when someone throws a grenade at you and you throw it back, although it wasn't the grenade that was thrown at you, it was your own grenade. It's not even a name because that can't even happen in fucking Call of Duty. Once you let go of that grenade, it's you let go of it. And if someone throws it back, you can't rethrow it back. At least that's the mechanics in some of the games that I've played. But like, what the fuck?
Literally. He then gets to his feet and continues advancing on the German position, killing at least one more German with his Thompson submachine gun before getting shot in the leg and collapsing to the ground unconscious. He then wakes back up flat on his back, looking up at his men who are looking down at him, and he hits them with the hardest line in military history, and I quote, "Nobody called off the war," literally telling his dudes, quit worrying about me and assault the fucking objective.
Boys, we're gonna win this fight.
And as if that wasn't gangster enough, Daniel Inouye is then rushed to the rear where he receives emergency medical treatment and has to get his arm amputated in the field completely sober. He had already received too much morphine in the field, they couldn't give him any more without killing him, and they don't have anesthesia on the front lines in World War II, so
bite down, buddy boy. Bite down.
They just had to cut it off while he was awake. While that's going on, Inouye's men and the rest of the 442nd go on a German ass-kicking extravaganza. Over the course of the next week, they...
Yeah. I don't see that going any other way. If I see my lieutenant take out 3 German machine gun nests, take one to the stomach, get his arm blown off, and still manage to kill 2 more, oh, you best believe, as a soldier under that lieutenant, I'm going hard in the motherfucking paint, dog. I'm gonna be bordering on war crimes at this point. Like,
they liberate like 5 towns, a concentration camp, they secure key roads, they cut off German supply lines, they're forcing Germans to surrender left and right. The 442nd is advancing so fast that American supply lines can't even keep up, and they're forced to operate on whatever they confiscate from the Germans that they kill or surrender to them. Then on May 2nd, 1945, the Germans...
Oh, we can't give you ammo, we can't reach you. It's okay, I'll take it off fucking Franz here.
German forces inside of Italy surrender. 5 days after that, May 7th, 1945, all of Germany surrenders, and World War II for the 442nd is over.
Damn, son.
When all was said and done, approximately 18,000 men fought in the 442nd Infantry Regiment. And those 18,000 men were awarded more than 18,000 medals, making them the most decorated unit in U.S. military history for their size and tenure. A few of those medals include 8 Presidential Unit Citations, which is like the Medal of Honor for a military unit, and they earned 5 of them in a single month. 21 Medals of Honor, 29 Distinguished Service Crosses, somewhere between 360 and 600 Silver Stars, 4,000 Bronze Stars, and 9,486 Purple Hearts. And that is the story of the Nisei, the Americans that made up the 442nd Infantry Regiment that had every excuse in the world to hate America and chose to love and fight for it anyways. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch.
Yeah, they didn't cry about it. They didn't go to the newspaper and be like, oh, boo me, victim, like some people would do today. They just let their hard work do the talking. They earned all the respect they should have had from the beginning, but they did it the hard way, and that's even more admirable when you think about it. Their path to glory was harder than most. It's harder than what it should have been, really, if you think about it. That's fucking insane. I only share one award with these guys, and that's the Purple Heart. I don't know what those other awards look like, man. I've never gotten them before. It's like the only one I have in common with these guys is the Purple Heart. These Silver Stars and shit, like, I don't even know anyone that got that in my unit. The only awards I know of in my unit of my friends, man, is just Purple Hearts. There's no Silver Star medals. There's no Bronze Stars. There's none of that. And that's wild. I can count on one hand how many awards like that I've ever seen in real life from another soldier.
Is the story of the Nisei, the Americans that made up the 400.
Yeah, we'll stop it. I don't think there's anything else, right? Hold on, let's see.
I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, Daniel Inouye, the main character. Yeah, so he made a full recovery. He survived World War II.
Oh, wow.
Not only that, he goes back home, and you can't exactly be a surgeon with one hand. So Daniel Inouye gets involved in politics, graduates college, ends up becoming one of the government representatives for the United States territory of Hawaii. He is then instrumental in Hawaii becoming a state, and once Hawaii becomes a state, he then becomes Hawaii's state senator until he passes away in 2012. Now, I realize that I've just glorified a politician, and that's inevitably going to rub somebody the wrong way for some reason. And to be honest, I've intentionally avoided looking at his political career while researching for this video.
His political career doesn't matter. That's not why we're here.
Genuinely have no idea right now whether that man was a Republican, a Democrat, and
I don't care. It doesn't matter. Just like when I was in the service, me and my friends never talked about politics. Ever. I can't recount one conversation that I had with my friends about Republican or Democrat or this or that or yada yada. That's just like conversations we don't have. So it doesn't matter. I don't really care.
An independent, something in between. I have no idea. But here's what I do know. Regardless of what his politics were, I have the utmost confidence that that's the type of dude that I want in a leadership position, because at the end of the day, I have absolute confidence that he wants what's best for the country and not what's best for his party, which is extremely hard to find in a politician. So yeah, thanks for watching. I really hope I did that story justice. See you later.
Apparently it was a movie, right? And it was made in 1951. Was it called Go for Broke? Is that what it was? Is that what it was called? Be a badass name if that's what it was called. Should call it that. But can't say I've seen it. It was called Go for Broke. Okay, cool.
On the day I left to
that's him.
Put on the uniform, and so he accompanied me on the streetcar, sitting side by side, and both of us looking straight ahead, and nothing is said until we get close to the destination. When we know that the streetcar is going to stop, he clears his throat and he says, "This country has been good to us. It has given me jobs. It has made it possible for you to go to school. We have lived a good life. We owe a lot to the country. Therefore, if you must give your life, so be it. But whatever you do not dishonor the family. Do not dishonor the country." It appears that this was an important part of the Nisei's, as you put it, value system, because
So yeah, they were getting pushed around and they weren't getting treated fairly. But to them, the way they lived, the way they were raised, the values that they had, it was still no excuse to act out. It was still no excuse to be petty. It was still no excuse to hold a grudge. It was still no excuse to look back or to turn your back on the country that had seemingly turned their back on you, because you do the right thing, whether it's uncomfortable. And sometimes doing the right thing is not always comfortable. Sometimes doing the right thing is harder than doing the wrong thing. So I feel like that's what he's saying here.
Recall very vividly the night before we began our first attack. So that following morning, I sat down and said, by the way, what were you people thinking about last night? I'm just curious. After a while, one of them popped up and he said, I was praying that I don't be a coward. And the next one said, yeah, I was thinking about the same thing. Everyone said the same thing in different ways. Do not dishonor the family, right? So here, these are the men who work in the plantations who...
They had to make their families proud, man. Regardless. Some of them may have hated what happened to them. Some of them may have hated what America did to them and how they were treated. But they had to honor their family, and they had to do what they had to do, and they had to do it in a professional way, and they had to be an example, not just for their family, but just for other Americans at that time, and more importantly for their children, because your children are going to copy what you do as a parent. They're going to emulate you. They're going to, your values and your morals and the way you do things and the way you carry yourself. Your children will see that. Even if the rest of the world didn't see how great you were, your child will see what you did. They'll see what you accomplished. They'll see what kind of person you were. Right? And that's why we're here. That's why they're here. That's why they have all these awards in the 9,000s. Jesus.
Work in the fields, men who volunteered from the camps, you know, because they were a mixture of Kotonks and us.
Yeah.
And every one of them, whether they were in Montana, Wyoming, or Arizona, or Honolulu, came out with the same thing.
Grilling does have one thing.
Yeah, that was a good story. I'd never heard it before. That was that's most decorated unit. Yeah, that's a fucking understatement. Good lord. Damn near. But as an Asian myself, I can tell you that dropping out of med school is a death sentence in and of itself. Daniel Inoue has massive balls. Respect. You know what? That didn't even dawn on me when I heard that. All I thought about was like, damn, what a great career. Trading that for the military? Ugh. Wild, right? But no, I completely forgot about this. Yeah. And especially Asian parents, bro. Their level of perfection, and they demand you succeed, man, like a crazy level. So yeah, like throwing away a career as a lawyer or like as a med student at Asian family. Yeah, I've seen it. I've had Asian friends. Just like, yeah, they feel the pressure for sure. Somebody said at 3742, I know what he's talking about. First of all, how many grenades does one soldier have at his disposal? When I was deployed, I had one. I can't tell you about the, but you know, you have to think like he had this idea. I'm going to do this shit. He could have very well easily just grabbed these grenades from other people. Hey, give me your grenade. Give me your grenade. Give me your grenade. Thank you. Cool. And then he went and did it. He could have very well easily done that. As far as like a basic kit for combat having 4 or 5 grenades, that probably wasn't the case. He probably didn't have 4 or 5 grenades attached to him, or just like carrying a bag full of grenades. No, in that moment, he probably went and got some grenades. Yeah, but I had a firefight one time where my squad leader, I think. No, he was my squad leader. He was a sergeant in the platoon. He wasn't my direct line, but anyways, he fired off 2 AT4s, ran out of AT4s, and started looking around for RPGs. And he saw one A&A guy walking around with an RPG. He asked for it. The A&A guy said, no, you're not firing it. He's like, well, you're not doing anything with it. I mean, fuck, man, come on. And so, you know, don't know how many grenades you get it, at least back then. I don't know. I carried one. Did I ever use it? No. Okay, these are some long ones. All right. Cool. Guys, gals, I'm out. I streamed way longer than what I intended to, but it's okay. Thank you for hanging. Thank you for chilling. Hopefully I got to everyone's request, I think, at least as far as patrons are concerned. We'll be live tomorrow on Twitch. We'll be doing music. I don't know about Sunday stream, but I will let y'all know. Tomorrow will be music, though. Oh my god. On Twitch. So, have a good evening. Probably going to use the rest of this evening to just edit and quite possibly upload. At the very least, edit so I can upload tomorrow and then go live after those uploads. So, thanks for hanging. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate the donations from earlier and yesterday on Twitch. Thank you. And I'll see you all tomorrow. And if I don't, have a good weekend. All right? Bye, guys. If I can figure out how to leave here. Okay, there we go. Cool.